Checking the mic. Welcome, one and all. How we doing, folks? It's Friday, and it's ladies' night. And my glasses are dirty. Sorry, that's why I'm just suddenly went silent. I'm cleaning my glasses. Forbidden Miso. What a name to give that, Kiki. How are you doing? Danky Funk, my man. How are you doing, dude? Great to see you. Welcome in. How it be? How it be? Let's get swapped over to the screen, shall we? What is up, people? We're here to do it again. We did it yesterday, and we're here to do it again. It's time to explore our inner selves, and much more. Broken Quest, nice to see you, dude. Thank you so much for saying it. Missed you as well. It was so exciting to discover that you were streaming, and to pop into that OOT marathon stream you did a while back. That was such a nice treat. Thanks for stopping by, man. I hope you've been well. Thank you, Onimar. This is one of my favorites. It seemed appropriate. Thank you for the 10 out of 10. How are you doing today, Onimar? Mach is on. It's Friday. We're going to get started. Yesterday, we chatted for like probably close to 2 hours before we actually started playing the game. We don't have to worry about that today, but there was a lot of preamble to get through. There was a lot of history and groundwork to lay. I thought that was important. So we did that. We explored a lot of things. I thought I presented some interesting, thought-provoking information, but it may have just been one man's ramblings. You be the judge. So we're just going to boot right into the game. We're going to recap what happened yesterday, which won't take very long. Check out what I wrote yesterday. I wrote nothing. I wrote literally nothing yesterday. I knew I was going to take less notes than tactics, but I didn't expect to write absolutely nothing. We'll see. We'll see how the notes taking evolves. I just didn't really have any thoughts that I felt like I needed to put to paper yesterday. Clearly, what we need to do next is going to be highly telegraphed in the game. So I won't need to write down what to do next. And the fact that there's this like non-linear thing happening right away, I don't think there's any reason to try and like write down like a story summary, because it seems like everything is just going to be super like episodic. Like we're going to get little vignettes wherever we go, and then we're just going to have to put them all together. So I guess if I have like a really profound thought that I'm afraid is going to fall out of my brain, or a super hot take that I think is really funny, I'll write it down. But until then, I don't know. I have a lot of thoughts and feelings and reactions from yesterday, but I didn't feel compelled to write any of it down, because most of the stuff that we wrote down in tactics was like due to the density. But this plot is so absurd right from the jump, you know, that I didn't feel compelled to write down anything. But we'll see what happens. That could totally change. That could totally spin on its head. Let's boot into the game, shall we? We'll pause this Mario Party music. I have been thinking about Mario Party. Maybe that's not a really spicy thing to say. Maybe that's not as spicy to say as it feels. But I have had very specifically like N64 Mario Party nostalgia in my brain, especially the music. There's these couple of specific instruments, MIDI instruments that are used in Mario Party 1, 2, and 3 soundtrack that have this like bright bell-like quality, and it just feels so good in my ear holes. There's like the scientific, you know, ASMR type quality of the sound itself combined with like cozy nostalgia, you know? It's sublime. It's truly sublime. Danky Funk, dude, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate that, man. We're gonna need to spin the wheel for you. Also, I don't know if Brack is here, but Brack pushed us over 500 bits yesterday towards the end of the stream, and I forgot to offer him a wheel spin. So I need to offer him a wheel spin if he shows up today as well. Let's kick the music back on for a second and go over to the wheel. Yes, every sub, resub, gift sub, whatever it may be, we used to just spin by default. But now I offer the spin because some people don't want to derail the stream. But since, you know, you haven't seen all this, I'm just gonna default to spinning. Plus, it's the top of the stream. It's a great time to do it. So we're gonna go over to the wide shot and turn on the insert, which I pressed the wrong button. There we go. Oh, and I need to hit the button. And then we're gonna switch mics so you can hear me. There we go. Now we can roam. So we've got our spin wheel over here. 12 different wedges. Every single one is a different thing. All types of different stuff. Shenanigans, activities, community stuff, and then, of course, soda and snack tastings. Huge pillar of the boys' culture, right? Got a huge box of snacks down here that we call the snack log. Everything in this box has never been tasted before, reserved for live on-stream reviews. And then there's a fridge full of sodies downstairs that are all set aside for stream tasting. So it's all always brand new. So the way this works is if we land on a pink wedge, the first time we land on a pink wedge in a stream, it unlocks a soda tasting. Doesn't matter which one of the three. And then after that, the pink wedges get unlocked, and then you can actually land on the things that are on them. So those are a little bit harder to get, right? Because if you just let her rip first spin one time and you land on one of those pink ones, you don't get the thing that's on there. It's gotta be the second time around. And then orange is the same way, except for a snack. So the first orange one we hit in a stream, snack time. After that, orange ones are unlocked and then we can get the orange things. Yellow ones are exercises, which are currently still on lockdown. I have, to the best of my ability to tell, fully recovered from my neck injury from a couple of weeks ago. And I've been able to do some regular exercises. I actually owe you guys 10 pull-ups from yellow spins that we've had while I was recovering. I'm not ready quite yet to start doing exercises just again. So if we land on any yellow wedges today, I'll continue to bank those along with the 10 pull-ups we have in the bank. And then green wedges are like significant time away from stream activities. We've got Duolingo, we got Game Rush. Game Rush? That's different. Well, Game Rush was what they called the like GameStop inside of Blockbuster, right? Or was Game Rush Hollywood Video? It was one of the two. I think Hollywood Video was Game Crazy. Game Crazy was a thing. Anyways, Game Roast and Game Gush are where we just pull a game out of the shelf and either say why it's great and amazing or why it sucks. And of course it's, you know, tongue in cheek because we love all these games. All right, let's let her rip one time for Danky Funk. Thank you again, my guy. Great to see ya. You should hit me up and tell me where you're living these days. Obviously, you know, don't say it in the chat, but like, I'm curious. What do we got? Right on the peg, Steely Dan. Wow, we're gonna have to spin again. Anakin, welcome in, how you doing? Nice to see you, happy Friday. We're spinning. We're spinning. All right, an orange wedge. Cool, so we're gonna taste a snack. We could do that right now. I just had lunch, so we could have a little lunch dessert. That's always nice, right? Little Friday treat for girls' night. You know what I'm saying? Let's go over here. We'll put this away. And let's see what we got in here for sweets. We got quite a few sweets in here. Yeah, man, let's reconnect. These are not a sweet snack, so we're gonna set those aside. But just about everything else in here is sweet. We've got some sour stuff, we've got some chocolatey stuff, and we have one spicy snack as well. Let's see. Well, since it's Danky Funk's first wheel spin, and he is a treasured individual, maybe we'll let him influence a little bit here. We have some sour, probably prune candy, like Japanese prune type situation. Camera's trying really hard to focus on me, even though my face is covered. I'll have to come up. We got these, which is some very funny art. This is like a sour chew of some kind. I can't really read anything on this packaging, but it says Reborn Japanese Plum Flavored Candy. Product of Japan. That's comes to us from H-Mart. We've got a honeycomb Kit Kat. This was a gift from Aelise a while back. That could be interesting. We have some Hershey's Cookies and Cream pretzels. Found these at a furniture store of all places. We have some spicy mango hard candy. We've had a bunch of flavors from this brand. These are super great. It's like a hard candy pillow, and then inside of it is like chili powder and lime powder and sea salt. So it's like a sweet, spicy, savory situation. We've got some good old Sour Patch, but these are the lemonade flavors. Never had those before. We've got some Tony's Bites. I believe this was a gift from Luca? This was a gift at VGMCon. I don't remember who gave it to me. I think it was Luca. These are crunchy caramel and buttery cookie Lil Bits. Never had these before. We love Tony's though. Tony's makes great bars. And then we have this Ben & Jerry's Tony's bar. More Tony's. This has been hanging out for a while. Chocolate Love Affair. Dark milk chocolate with brownie. All right, Danky's calling his shot. We're gonna go with the sour plum candy. Let's see what else we can learn here. Japanese plum flavored candy. So plum is like a popular flavor in Japan for like sour stuff. I think Japanese plums are different than the plums that we know here in America, but I don't know a lot about them. That's pretty much all I can intuit here. I can't read any of this really. There's a lot of kanji and not a lot else, so I don't really know what any of this says. Let's rip it open. The packaging is incredible. There's so much little like art and detail and stuff on there. Some thick plastic too. All right, each one is individually wrapped, which is really nice. Let me see if these are all the same or not. So there's different art on these, but I'm assuming they're all the same. God, this reminds me of something. It's kind of like WarioWare energy. So it looks like, okay, it looks like there's two different wrappers, but one wrapper has like a quote on it, and all the quotes are different. So I'll have to pull out the Google Lens and figure out what these say, because I might be able to like phonetically say some of them, but I'm not gonna know what I'm saying. Here, I'll come up and show a couple of these. So we have one wrapper that has like the, I don't know if she's a mascot, but you know, the lady from the bag that's like the sour face lady. And she's saying some stuff. I don't know what she's saying. And then the other wrappers have like a quote, but every single one, like the text is different. It has like a little text bubble on it. So I don't know if it's like a joke or a pun or, you know, whatever it might be. Let's crack one open here. The cross section on the bag makes it look like there is an outer pink section and then like an inner core that is white. And they're labeled as being two different things, but I don't know what it says. Yo, how's it going, Shane? Little tolerance for heat. Took a video of you with your tears in your eyes. Oh no. Oh, that's traumatic that she put you on blast like that. I like spicy stuff, but there has to be a flavor to it. I don't like just having something spicy for the sake of being spicy, or like seeing how hot I can go kind of thing. Not a strong smell. Actually kind of, I think I'm just smelling my hand soap. I was like, it smells like soap, but I think that's just my hands. But here's a look at it. Nothing super remarkable. Just a pink dollop. It's kind of soft and squishy. I don't know if I'm supposed to bite it or if I'm probably supposed to suck on it. Let's see. It tastes floral. So the smell that I was smelling, that I thought was my hand soap, it was the candy. So the sour part must be in the middle, because it is not sour. This is a very interesting flavor. A lot of people would not like this. It's very floral. It doesn't remind me of anything. Oh, it's broken away. There's the sour. Yeah. Whoo! Okay. Yeah. Wow. That is sour. It's like a gel, but a very firm gel. So the inside part has a different flavor, But once it's out of there, it kind of mixes in with the outside flavor. And you can't really tell them apart anymore. The inside flavor is definitely worth getting through the outside flavor. I kind of liked it, but I feel like most people wouldn't. I feel like a lot of people would be like, oh, that tastes like soap because it's floral. And, you know, a lot of people don't think of flowers as food. But if you like lavender drinks or like really aromatic jasmine tea or something, jasmine rice, you probably wouldn't be that put off by it. But it's unexpected, for sure. Definitely unexpected. But it was very mild, very subtle flavor. And then you get to the center and it's like, bam! Very sour. And it's lasting a while, which is also nice. You know, it would kind of suck if like the outside part lasted a long time and then the sour was like a vroom right at the end and then it was gone. But there's like, I kind of just have it pressed against the roof of my mouth, slowly dissolving. And it's been a while since the sour part unveiled itself, you know, and then you can kind of just hang out with it. It's kind of like it's similar texture to a haichu, if you've had those before. As far as like the mouthfeel and like how long it lasts and how slow it dissolves, it's probably made of pretty similar stuff. That's really good though. And it was quite sour. It was impressively sour. It did make me wince a few times. Candied rose petals. That would be pretty interesting to try. I feel like it would be so hard to make the rose flavor come through. I guess it would depend on how you candied them. You know, if they're candied in like honey or something, I feel like you're just gonna taste honey. But I guess if you did like some type of like sugaring process, maybe that could just like enhance the rose flavor. Or if you like, you know, made rose water and then like soaked the rose petal in rose water or something to try to like really intensify it. Yeah, rose is such a subtle flavor. Like there's a reason why it's usually consumed as rose water. It's because like water is like the only thing more transparent than rose flavor. It's very delicate, yeah. It's not like jasmine or elderflower or lavender where it's like, whoa, okay. It's just barely there. It's a whisper. Okay, thank you for joining me for this snack tasting. We're gonna switch back to the other mic and go back over here. And we're gonna play Girl Game. We're loading. Also, let me know how the sound balance is, game audio balance. I know there was some chatter yesterday about it possibly being a little too low, a little too high. Let me double check where I have it right now. Should be at the default level right now. Yeah, it's at the default level right now where I keep it for like other games. And we still have the black bars, I'm sorry. I'm gonna see about that over the weekend. I'm gonna be seeing about a lot of stuff over the weekend. Yeah, you're welcome, dude. It's the kind of shenanigans you can expect around here. So we're on the Mihen High Road. Quite an odd place to just end up. There were kind of some tough monsters out here. Can I look at this man? No. And I got a little scared because we saw an iron giant, and I was like, oh, should I, like, not be here yet? Because they're too strong? But we learned Flee. The last thing we did at the end of the stream yesterday was learn Flee. So now we can get away from battles if we run into something super scary. So I feel safe venturing away from the save point now and just seeing what's out here. Because I have to assume that everything that's not at the 2 hotspots on the map is optional and not required. So Yuna gets murdered while singing. How dare he? Iron Giant has some toxic masculinity to dismantle. We're gonna have to work on him. Okay, I think the battle cry went through. Yeah, but then Yuna died. Alright, let's get some defense up. I need to figure out what this guy is weak against, and I also need to figure out how to scan. Try armor break too. Because yeah, physical attacks are doing nothing unless it's from pain. Aw, dang it, I didn't mean to do that. I forgot that you can't go 2 steps on the dress sphere.
You get front row seats.
Okay, where do I see how much AP I'm getting? I don't. It doesn't show me how much AP I get. That's kind of weird. Why would it not show that? Oh yeah, we have a new grid. Oh, this one is interesting. Okay. So now I'm starting to see why you would give different characters different grids. So you don't get any bonuses from this one. So I don't know why you would use this one. I guess this one... Well, no, this one doesn't give you more options than Vanguard. But yes, it does. This one gives you more options from Vanguard. So Vanguard, you can only go to 3 different ones from your current position. But with this one, you can go to up to 4 from your current position. So it's a little bit more versatile if you switch a lot. You just forego the bonuses. And then this one, obviously, you can only have 3 things on there, so it's for a more specialized role, but you can combine it with the healing. And this seems super powerful because we don't have Cure Magic right now. So, I'm going to... I think I might want to make Riku the healer. And I feel like she's also going to be the least... like, she's going to do the least jumping around. I think she's going to spend most of her time as Thief. And then we would want to put whatever she's going to use second most in the one on the bottom, probably. Because going through the red one all by itself is nothing. It doesn't do anything. We have to go through both of them to get the Kiraga. But getting just the Kira, if we needed it, would be good. Obviously, we're going to intrinsically be able to use Cure. I think I'm going to put Warrior on the bottom, and then probably Black Mage at the top right. Honestly, I don't see myself using any of these right now with her. I think she's just going to be using Thief and Warrior. But I guess we can put Gunner up here. And then how do we switch who's using what grid? Okay, here we go. It's under the equip menu. So Riku's going to switch to Healing Wind. We want her default to be Thief. And then Yuna... I might switch Yuna back to this one. And just have Pain on the Vanguard. Because I feel like Yuna is going to be more of the jack of all trades. And then with that one, she could pivot to any other of our current dress spheres from Songstress. So we're going to switch her back to this one. So now she can instantly pivot to any role that we might need her in. It's very unlikely that she's ever going to go Thief. And then Pain is going to stick with Vanguard. No changes there. Okay, so I don't need to learn Cure with Riku, right? She just has it. But I don't think I'm going to be able to see that anywhere. Okay, she's got the 4 basic spells already, which is great. What is Focus? Raise Magic. You want to play through this once with each just using one dress sphere. 3 Gunners, 3 Thieves, 3 Warriors. Whoa. That seems like it'd be really hard. And yeah, a lot of time. A lot of time. I feel like Blizzara is like the most useful, so I'm gonna put her on Blizzara. Like I always find more use out of Blizzara and Thundara than Fyra, or just those 2 elements versus the other. Not necessarily the second level. Working on First Strike. Okay. I need to heal though. So it looks like I can't use magic outside of battle, which is concerning. We'll have to wait and see. Hello. You don't do anything? You just exist? Okay. Cool. Oh, hey, today's the anniversary of Final Fantasy Tactics. Look at that. If only I had waited 1 more week to beat the game, we could have beat it on the anniversary. So I wonder... I should test and see how the AP gain works. Because if I, like... I wonder if I cycle through all of the dress spheres, am I gonna get AP for all of the ones that I touch in equal amounts to just staying with one, or is it gonna split it up? It seems like that would be pretty easy to test. We would just need 2 different mobs. Or two different instances of the same mob to test that. Yuna's just hanging out. She's just dancing and vibing next to a wolf. No big deal.
I'm ready for more.
She's just at the club doing her own thing. Don't talk to me. Shane getting hit with the text wall about the FF10 2 remaster when they're trying to talk about a different remaster. That's awesome. Alright, there's a chest up here. Oh shoot, I should have looked at my AP. Okay, let's do darkness. Here on yourself. And let's do fire on the plant. But yeah, it doesn't sound like there's going to be any PSP bonus content in the Tactics Remaster. The discourse surrounding the remaster has been very silly, but not at all surprising. Yeah, I'm sure the quality of life and the extra features are phenomenal. But I just can't get over how weird and uncanny the people look. Please die. I need to heal. Alright. Okay. Heal time. Good things potions just, like, rain down upon us. Okay. So I need to make a note of my AP. 40. Here, this will be a good thing for us to write down. So let's see, Yuna, 42 out of 60. Riku, 36 out of 40. And then Pain, 21 out of 30. You hated the new content in the GBA remasters of the first 6 Final Fantasy games, which is why I didn't care that the Pixel remasters didn't include them. Really, you didn't like any of the extra stuff at all? That's surprising. I can get not liking the extra content for Final Fantasy 1, because that was a huge waste of time, in my opinion. But the extra content for Final Fantasy 2 was really cool. And I guess all they added for 4, 5, and 6 were just, like, a couple extra, like, bosses and summons and stuff, right? Nothing, like, nothing major. But I guess I feel like it's surprising to me that you hated them. Because I feel like they didn't take away anything from the original game. Like, I can get just being like, wow, why did they even bother? But if you felt, like, offended by the content, I'm kind of surprised. Stop killing Yuna! This guy hates Yuna. Let it be known that the Iron Giant hates women. So he can like take your turn away when he attacks you. So yeah, maybe we'll track the AP on an Iron Giant because it always shows up by itself. That's probably pretty smart. Oh wait, but I shouldn't change. I shouldn't change. So that we can figure this out. Yo, what's up, Lee?
Nature's wrath, strike my foe.
Oh, I know that guy. Yeah, he's a nihilist.
Take the name and number of a doctor who will look at it for you. You will receive no bill. He's a good man and thorough.
That's thoughtful, but...
Please see him, Jeffrey. He's a good man and thorough.
Oh, all right.
Brack, welcome in. Thank you so much for the 100, dude. I owe you a wheel spin offer from yesterday. Oh, the 50k bits badge. Dang. That's crazy. You'd have to turn off your founder badge in order to see it, though. Because you have your VIP and your founder badge already. What even is the 50k bits badge? What if it was Brack Point? That would be hilarious. But yeah, you pushed us over 500 yesterday, Brack, right at the end of the stream, and I forgot to offer you a wheel spin. So let me know if you'd like one. I was gonna see what the bits badge was. Let's do one. Why not? It's Friday. Hell yeah. Let's do it. We had one wheel spin already. So why not do another one? Let's switch mics again real quick. We'll do that right now. Let's see. We need to go over here. Over here. And music. There we go. Let me catch up on chat as well. FF4, they added the ability to pick your endgame party. Well, that sounds like a good feature. For 5, they added 4 new jobs and a post-game dungeon that was pretty cool. Yeah, if I ever replay those, I'm definitely doing the GBA versions. I like how they look and the font and everything, and they're just really convenient to play. But the extra content is something I'd like to check out too. You were mostly being hyperbolic. That's fair, Shane. Not cool during Pride Month, Iron Giant. The Iron Patriarchy. You didn't like 90% of the new content in them. FF2, the only cool character was Layla, and she didn't have the decency to die, so she could be in the new content. Layla's too cool to die. That's the problem. Okay, let's do a spin. A spin for Brack. We landed on an orange wedge last, so they are unlocked. Wordle would trigger a respin. Or actually, no, that's the exception to the rule. That's the only time we can land on 2 in a row. Which we almost did. We've landed on a pink wedge. Sorry, Brack, you don't get to take Discord Despot back. But now pink wedges are unlocked for the rest of the stream, and we will do a soda tasting after the first ad break. Yeah, we're going pink lemonade today. Absolutely. Big fan. 2 of 3 Backlog Boys colors represented. All right, so you can look forward to that soda tasting after the first ad. Back to the game for now. We are trying to figure out how AP works. So let's take a look now. We're gonna track how much AP we got from that Iron Giant. It looks like we got 4. So what I want to do now, just double check that everybody got the same amount of AP. No. Riku did not get the same amount of AP. Well, actually, this might have had 3 already. She was missing 4, so I assume that she got 4 as well. I don't want to learn initiative next, though. I want to learn... we can probably skip Pilfer HP now that she is going to be the healer. Guarding against slow is good because she's the healer. I do love these passive skills, though, because I don't think there's going to be any limit to how many we can have. And then Pain is now at 20. Oh, see, yeah, Pain got 6 AP. This is interesting. So Yuna got 4. So I wonder if it's based on how many actions they take. Sorry, I still have the wheel on the screen. I wonder if it's based on how many actions they take, because Yuna typically takes less actions during battle. Yo, what's up, Street? How you doing? the only appropriate way to enter the chat when this game is being played. So Pain got 6. Riku might have gotten 7, but we're not really certain. So what we need to do now is write down our numbers again. And then we need to find another Iron Giant. Doing a little bit of experimentation here. Yo, what's up, Alex Halliday? Yeah, we talked about that yesterday, actually. We talked about the PS1 ports of all the Final Fantasies, because I was talking about how my trajectory into the series and like where I was kind of at mentally when this game came around. And we talked about why FF3 didn't get a PS1 game, and it was because they didn't have a WonderSwan version to base it off of. Yo, that's awesome, Street. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. New content being locked to the DS mailing system and the remaster is not something you're fond of. You can do it on the PSP version, Shane, but yeah, it does kind of suck. I still really like the 3D version of FF3. Like, it doesn't fix the game from being Final Fantasy 3, but it makes it more like the rest of the Final Fantasies. Or I should say, it makes it even more like the rest of the Final Fantasies. It tries to bridge the gap. Plus, I'm a sucker for the Yoshida art and the Asano stuff. And that was like the beginning of Asano's journey. Like, if Asano hadn't been given FF3 DS, he might not have gotten 4 Heroes of Light. And if he hadn't gotten 4 Heroes of Light, he probably wouldn't have gotten, you know, to Bravely Default and Octopath Traveler. So, huge props to FF3DS for that reason. Why did Automod grabbed the word square? What is going on? There's a hybrid of the 2D and 3D versions? That's pretty wild. Yeah, they were really trying to make these, like, multi-entry franchises happen for a while, weren't they, Alex? I'm still bummed that Fabula Nova Crystallis fell apart. I also think it's really interesting how forgotten that concept is. Like, people know about Final Fantasy VII compilation, and some people might remember Evilist Alliance because they're like Evilist fans, but almost nobody remembers what Fabula Nova Crystallis was. I remember watching that E3 presentation, and I was like all in. There's a lot of versions of FF4 in general. Like, most people assume that FF1 is the most remade Final Fantasy, and I think it probably is, but it's really close for Final Fantasy IV. Final Fantasy IV has been remade a lot. You don't like the Yoshida art, Shane? I'm a big fan of the Yoshida art. A lot of people slight it for being chibi, even though it's not actually chibi. But I get why people say that. It's cute. But chibi is like a really specific thing. Yeah, people can't get over FF4 3DS, or the DS version of FF4 because they don't have feet. They just can't get over it. Okay, we found another Iron Giant. This is perfect. Let's get the defense up real quick before he kills somebody. We'll throw out Sentinel. So now I want to switch dress spheres during the battle here, and I want to see how it affects the AP gain. Rip versus 13, my beloved. I'll still never get over them just reworking a, like, development hell title into a mainline Final Fantasy. I still hold that against them. It was, like, such a lazy and scummy thing to do. Okay, nice. I can do Cure All. I wanted to know. Pain is out of MP. Yeah, isn't it, Brack? I can't get over it. There's like no ADR mixing on the little singy-songies, so it's just like super dry and right in your face. It sounds so weird. Whoa, never seen that attack before. Recharge was not a good word choice for that soundbite. It sounds like the R word. Okay, he's dead. Like, I get that it's supposed to sound like a casual singing, but it doesn't sound like, it doesn't sound like it exists in the space. That's what I mean by ADR mixing. It's not really ADR, so it's kind of weird for me to say that. You put off FF15 for so long, but now that you finally played it in your franchise replay, you ended up liking it overall. You think I put off this game for a long time and was hesitant to play it? Multiply that by like 100x for Final Fantasy 15. I really don't ever want to play Final Fantasy 15, but I will if I have promised on the off chance that this channel ever hits 3K followers, I would be forced to play Final Fantasy 15. And I hope it never happens. They would have gotten more backlash if Versus 13 had been outright canceled. I mean, maybe. Maybe not. I don't know if I agree that it was the only project that gave the fandom life at the time. I think that's a bit of a stretch. I mean, there were definitely certain people where that was the only thing Final Fantasy that they were interested in, and that's valid. But I think in general, most people forgot about it, and it was just like some hardcore people in the background who were like, Versus 13, it's gonna happen, it's gonna be so great. But most people were just like, huh? You liked its mythology, the games had a lot of potential. Yeah, I would be interested to go back and look, Alex Halliday, like, how much the, like, commercial reception and success of 13 had to do with the other games getting reworked. Because, like, we technically got Agito 13, they just called it Type 0 instead, which I do want to play someday. And then Versus 13 also ended up getting reworked, but it got reworked into a mainline Final Fantasy, which just felt so disgusting to me. No, I don't want to go on a road trip with the boys in FF15. I really don't. I really don't. I hate everything about Final Fantasy 15. I hate it so much. Yeah, that was the 13.2 Lightning Returns 14 1.0 era. Yeah, and that was definitely the era where I was, like, solidified as, like, I'm out on Final Fantasy, y'all. Like, I don't think Final Fantasy is coming back around my way. during the like 2012 to 2015 years. I was like, well, I guess that's it for me, you know. I remember when the 15 demo came out, I was like, well, it's a free demo. I'll try it. And I was like, yep, I hate this. When 13... Wait, hold on. What do you mean when 13 ended up being a disaster? By what metric are you measuring FF13 as a disaster, Alex? Do you personally feel like FF13 was a disaster? Are you saying it was commercially a disaster? Or do you mean versus 13? Because I don't think it's fair to call 13 a disaster, really, in any regard. You had a great time with 15? Hey, listen, I'm not gonna yuck anybody's yum. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Type 0 made you feel icky? Why did Type 0 make you feel icky, Lee? I guess if you can answer without spoilers. You just mean the development hell of versus 13. Okay, not 13, actual 13. Everybody keeps talking about different remasters and getting spammed with the 10.2 remaster command. I love it. You feel like 13 was universally hated at release. I mean, I think it definitely was mixed when it came out. I guess we'd have to go back and look. I feel like universally hated is like a very microcosmic take. There was a lot of unnecessary hate for certain characters. That's for sure. I remember that. There was a lot of discourse against the aesthetic of the game. Oh, we're in an ad. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. Enjoy the Smash match. I gotta fire up the 64.
Choose your character. Free for all. Lead, Kirby, lead. Yoshi. 3, 2, 1, go. This game's winner is Yoshi.
You guys, he did it. He did it one time. I don't know how, because I wasn't here. But Yoshi won one. We now know that it is possible. I'm sorry there wasn't a prediction so that y'all could get a huge payout out of it. But Yoshi is on the board with 1 round left to go. The Eggman, that's right. How you doing, Gad? Okay, let me get the scores updated here. Put 1 on the board for Yosh. We got 1 more round to go with these combatants before we swap to Ness versus Captain Falcon. And that'll be your matchup for the next 11 ad breaks. And we'll finally be over the hump. We'll be halfway done with all these matchups. Okay. We're gonna go over to the big cam here. Because everybody wants to talk about Final Fantasy. And we have a soda to taste. So let's get the music on. Let's swap mics. There we go. All right, let me catch up on chat here because everybody has something to say and I love it. Let's see, where did I leave off? The reason you mentioned it, people were calling the game terrible at the time. Many also bought the game out of morbid curiosity to check out if it was really that bad, which ironically caused great sales. Are you saying that in reference to 15 or 13, Alex Halliday? Seemed like everyone had at least one FF13 character they hated. Yeah, it was really cool to hate Hope, which is really funny in retrospect because he's probably one of the best Final Fantasy characters of all time. Everybody hated Snow because he was a himbo jerk, but he's a great character too. And I think a lot of people didn't like Vanille because she was just like so like weirdly cutified, like in an unnatural way. She made lots of like weird sounds that were kind of like oddly sexual. That's a little uncomfy for me still when I watch people play 13. I'm always just like, why did Vanille make those sounds? What was the director's booth like on that? The way the game looks in Type 0 and the standard gameplay loop was gross. The camera and controls are nasty. Lee, do you think that's just because it's like a port of a PSP game and it's just like clunky? Or was there more to it than that? Because I was kind of under the impression that it was kind of like an old school like PS2 style hack and slash dungeon crawler type thing that's got like that like really repetitive but like kind of like soothing almost gameplay loop, which I'm super into, you know, like a Dark Cloud or a Dot Hack. Oh, thanks for saying it, Dakey Funk. That's really nice, man. I appreciate it. We're just hanging and chatting, you know? What you eating? Wait, was I eating something? Oh, were you wondering what the snack was? The snack was a sour prune candy, and it was quite sour. It was very interesting too. It's like a Haichu kind of, a little bit bigger. The outside had this like very subtle floral flavor that I think a lot of people wouldn't like, and then the inside was this like super sour, like very, very firm. It was like a gel, but like a very firm gel. And it was quite sour. You like that 13 put the focus on the cast and their development. The lack of focus on the main cast is your biggest issue with 12. And the overall plot of 13, when you look at the trilogy as a whole, makes absolutely no sense. And that's why FF13 2 and 3 didn't need to exist. And that's why in my world there's only one Final Fantasy 13 game. Why do they make sequels to the Final Fantasy games that need them the least? Yeah, I think I've never played 13.2 and I don't ever want to play 13.2, but I know the premise of the story and I hate it. Because it totally cheapens like what happened in the first game. In a very similar way to how I feel about this game, 10.2, and how it cheapens the weight and the gravity of what happens in 10.2. It's just so strange. The contrast is a different kind of contrast, but the departure from the weight of the first game is similar. Oh, and to Shane, to your point about the issue of the story of 12 not being about the cast, that is an Evilise thing, because Tactics does the same thing. My friend B is a big fan of the Evilise games, and she puts it very nicely. She says that the main character of the story is Evilise, and I feel like it's very true with both of those games. Like the main character of the story is like the world that everybody is existing in and where everything is happening. It's kind of an interesting way to look at it. I really like the cast of characters in 12, but I agree that it's very different than in 13. Like 13 is a character story, and that's a Nojima thing. FF13 is such a weird outlier because I don't like Nojima's stories or storytelling style in anything else, but I love Final Fantasy 13. I think it has a great story. I don't have any like asterisks to put on that. I think the people who think that distinguishing between l'Cie and fal'Cie is being really confusing should probably read more books. It's really not that difficult. Sure, they could have called it something more rudimentary, but I mean, come on, people. Like, have you ever watched Lord of the Rings? That's way more confusing than Final Fantasy 13. Like, if you can't handle a couple proper nouns, maybe fantasy's not for you. And I guess maybe that speaks to a larger point too, because people got pulled into 13 that aren't into fantasy because it has this like sci-fi aesthetic. But I don't know. That's just a shower fight for another time. You wonder how my results are going to compare to this game's matchup spread? Yeah, I'm excited to see that too, Street. I like that we're gonna have our own internal CPU tier list. Obviously it's gonna be way different, right? Because human players can do great things with a terrible character. Yeah, that is who you think it is, Danky Funk. And right back at ya. Oh, the bot is broken again? Okay, let me try this. There's a reset button in the bot, and I want to see if it works. Thank you for letting me know, Gad. Nope, that doesn't work. Okay, so we're gonna hard reset it. 1 second. Yeah, I'm gonna be working this weekend to try and migrate everything over to a new bot. It's probably gonna take me a really long time. It might take me a couple of weeks to get it done, but I am gonna do it because this is just ridiculous. If this was just like something that we had to do every once in a while, I might just soldier through it, but this is absurd. Like the bot dies after like 10 minutes. And especially when people are like spending money to like see alerts, those need to go off when they're supposed to go off. I don't want to have to like stop the stream to fix the bot and make it happen.
This is...
There's Mark Griffin for you,
understand.
Gad. I almost said your government name. You remember people complaining about Vanille's fake Australian accent? Except the VA was Australian. Yeah. You like 13.2 more than 13. Yeah, those people do exist, and I am very wary of those people. If someone tells me they like 13.2 more than 13, I know to keep my distance, because we are not going to get along. That's fine. You know, you're allowed to like what you like, but we're probably not going to see eye to eye on a lot of stuff. Still haven't played Lightning Returns. Okay, so much in the same way that 10.2 is like the beta of 13's battle system, Lightning Returns is the beta of like the 7 Remake trilogy battle system. So if you like 7 Remake, you'll probably like Lightning Returns, is what I understand. And you know, if you like to play dress up like in 10.2. The camera in Type 0 gave a lot of people motion sickness. I remember hearing that. Many people complain about how 15 ended up being, yeah. Yeah, 15 did go through a lot. But see, there's a lot of people who don't like FF15 because it was like broken and unfinished when it launched, and then they had to like release all these like supplemental materials to like make the story complete and make sense and all that stuff. And a lot of people just hold that against it, and that's the reason why they don't like FF15. That has nothing to do with why I don't like FF15. I just don't like the cultural move of Square Enix at the time to just be like, hey, this game that's been in dev hell forever, that's Final Fantasy 15 now. Like, I'll never get over that. I thought that was such a scummy move. So that really soured me from the beginning and put that game on the back foot with me. And then once they like kind of showed off more of like how the game worked, how it looked, and the premise, I was just like, I couldn't have bounced off of it harder. I was like so incredibly uninterested. And I was just like, what are they doing? Like it was a very like pearl clutch, like a full-blown pearl clutch, like not in my Final Fantasy, this is not my Final Fantasy kind of moment. And I'm not afraid to admit that. But I was just like, what is this? This is like AI generated Final Fantasy. This is what it felt like before we knew that that was a thing. Sarah ended up being your favorite character in the FF13 universe thanks to 13.2. I don't think I would feel the same way if I played it, Shane. You didn't find that 10.2 cheapened 10? Yeah, I mean, obviously I'll reassess my judgments after I've finished this game. But I just think it's so weird. Like the ending of Final Fantasy X is so incredibly powerful and final. The like to even think about like, well, what if we told kind of a fun story about like everybody hanging out after? Like it just, I don't know. It's so weird. Like, would you read a 4th Lord of the Rings book where like Samwise's kids start a baseball team in the Shire? Would you be looking forward to that? It's just so strange. Like, I think an idea of something can detract from the impact of a first game, but you feel both 10.2 and 13.2 have merits in their delivery that actually stop that from happening. Yeah, I see that, Lee. Like, I agree that like the sequels have their own merits and can stand on their own, and that's why I feel like they shouldn't be sequels, or they don't need to be sequels. And like that combative nature of like fighting for their right to exist is unnecessary. Like they could have just been a game. Like this could have just been Girl Game, you know, with some unique title that wasn't Final Fantasy X-2 and had original characters and the same battle system. But it's like, oh well, no, we need to use the same assets in the same world and like play on people's preferences and nostalgia of this other universe that we've already created. And then the game has to like fight for its right to exist because the vibe is like, couldn't be more night and day, right? So it's just like so much tonal You almost spelled your name Sarah because of 13-2. Wow. You like character focus. Big reason why you like Xenosaga. Wait, you said the reason why you like Xenosaga more than Xenosaga. Maybe you meant to say Xenogears. I see. In Xenogears, if your name wasn't Faye, Satan, or Ellie, you just did not matter. Well, yeah, it sounds like you're not a fan of ensemble casts either, Shane. Because FF12 has a ton of characters, Xenogears has a ton of characters, and then games like 13, and I think Xenosaga, but I haven't played it yet, have like smaller casts, so you can focus on more of them each, which is a big part of it as well. It's like a different style of storytelling, for sure. Big rumors about the changes made in 12 when Yasumi Matsuno had to leave. Yeah, and a lot of it is incorrect, Alex Halliday. Like, a lot of people think there's this really, really strong rumor at the time that I fell prey to for many years about FF12, is that, oh, Bosch and Ash were supposed to be the main character, and Vaughn and Pinello were never gonna be in the game, and after, you know, the new director took over, he like changed the whole story and added those characters, but none of that is true. Those characters were always meant to be in the game. They exist as an analog for the player to help them understand the world. And it's like a very obvious, like, storytelling mechanic. Bart and Billy got a bit more focus. Rico and Maria might as well have been background furniture. I mean, yeah, and that's also like a 90s RPG problem as well, Shane. Like, extra optional characters were like a great bullet point to put on a box or in an article for a 80-hour RPG game at the time. Like, you could say the same thing about the original Final Fantasy VII, or like any other RPG in the 90s that had more than like 4 or 5 characters. Like, inevitably there is going to be like a disparity in the level of character development amongst like the characters. They can't all be the main focus. Final Fantasy XIII is definitely like an outlier in that way. Oh yeah, I'll send you a link to it, Brack. Sorry, I'm way behind on chat. I'm catching up. Yeah, 10.2 is a simple project to pump revenue. After the failure of Spirits Within. Yeah, I don't know if it was a direct response to that, but it is definitely a revenue pump. It's no Majora's Mask, though. You love 7R combat, and Lightning Returns is the worst Final Fantasy you've ever played. All right, well, I stand corrected, I guess. Yo, what's up, SNES? You would totally read that book? All right, we're starting to understand Shane as a person. Shane would read the Gamgee family baseball team book. We're starting to understand. I'm starting to get a picture of Shane now. Many people point a finger at what happened with 15, but who's the one to blame? Yeah, that's not a big part of my argument against 15. I don't really care about who's responsible for why 15 is what it is. That's not really, like, it's not like the game was on its way to being something that I really wanted, and then some like bad actor went in and threw a wrench. Like, it was doomed from the start, and it didn't really matter if it was Tabata or Nojima or whatever. Like, it was just it started as a trash fire and ended as a trash fire. Yeah, but the Silmarillion doesn't fill the example that I was making, Gad, and you know this, but that's why I didn't mention the Silmarillion. Like, the Silmarillion would be like the Ultimania of Final Fantasy, which, you know, totally has a completely different right to exist. Yeah, and it's a good point that you bring that up, SNES. Like, the larger picture that some of y'all might be missing with 15 is that like, even though I didn't know the ins and outs of like, oh, well, there was infighting and there was crunch and all these things that contributed to like the development being a mess, I like that was passed on to me as the fan of the series seeing the marketing. Like, I didn't know all that, but it manifested in everything that the game became. And like, I'm seeing the trailer and I'm like, wow, what is this? Like, and then finding out later that development was a mess. It's like, oh, okay, there's the answer. Like Final Fantasy VIII is kind of the same way. like sitting down and analyzing Final Fantasy VIII's plot in a vacuum, you're like, what is going on? Like, what were they thinking? Like, this doesn't connect, this doesn't make sense, this is a dumb twist. And then you learn the development history of it, and it's like, oh, you had 3 guys locked away like Martin Luther writing, and they literally didn't talk to each other, and then they just like ran at each other at a great speed and crammed all their notes together, and that's the story we got. And then, then it makes sense. It's like, okay, no wonder we ended up with the jumbled mess that we did. Those like culture things get passed on to the consumer or the player or whatever it is. Whereas if you have like a singular creator of something who has like a very clear vision and they're unobstructed with time or other influence, like that gets passed on to the creator as well. And you have this really well thought out vision, to go back to Tolkien. There wasn't like some other writer tapping on Tolkien's shoulder. Oh, what if you did this? Hey, what if the wizards like were in a school together, and wore cute little outfits, like that person didn't exist. And there was nobody like, hey, JRR, you've been working on this trilogy thing for kind of a while. We need to get something out. People are really, Fellowship of the Ring came out like 2 years ago. I think we need to get Two Towers out by quarter 3, for the fiscal. So if you could just wrap that up, what would Lord of the Rings be if if that was the case? And that kind of stuff has really, really tainted a lot of these Final Fantasy games. Because yeah, like financial decisions and timelines, and like, the need to make money after the company lost a bunch of money, like all those things influence so many of these decisions, and that's why you get weird stuff, incomplete stuff. 10-2 story is inferior to 10s in every single way, but it has some good ideas, but a lot of them weren't implemented very well. Sounds like a pretty decent summation. This absolutely couldn't have been Girl Game. It had to be set in Spira, set in a world where the one thing holding the world and its people back is gone. Just setting that world up from the start won't have the same impact as it does here. Without that game, literally would have been Goofy Girl Game. The lack of sin now really does permit this game to be as happy-go-lucky as it is. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not, Lee, and it's kind of fun. I think you're being sincere. I get the sentiment, but I still don't think that it doesn't need to lean on 10-1's lore in order to exist. Obviously, they wouldn't have been able to reuse assets, and they would have had to properly make a new game, and it would have never happened. But that's kind of my point. Matsuno was part of 12 until the game was basically done. The Twilight baseball, amazing. That is one of the best cinematic scenes ever. You don't think 10-2 was really to help the merger? It came out after the merger was complete. FF10 and KH were the big boon. Yeah, I don't think there's any, yeah, that's a good point, SNES. Like, after Kingdom Hearts had been out, I don't think Square had anything to worry about financially. I think they were good. I think they were Gucci after Kingdom Hearts. Like, I think people overestimate how bad Spirits Within was. Like, it was bad. They lost a bunch of money on it, but I need to go back and revisit the story because everyone makes it sound like they were pushed to like the brink of bankrupt. And I don't know if that's actually true or not. I would need to relitigate that. It may have just been in its own budget plan a massive failure. You know, like they spent this much and then they made this much, so it lost this incredible sum of money. But did that push them to the brink of bankruptcy? I don't know. And then yeah, that was what, 2001? And then the next year they had Kingdom Hearts? I'm sure they were fine after that. So yeah, I don't think 10-2 was farted out to save them. Maybe that was like the impetus and they started working on it, but by the time it was out. Yeah, FF8's plot is great if you don't think about it too hard. Yo, what's up, Eckerd? Welcome in, how you doing? Nice to see ya. Okay, this is interesting that you bring this up, Shane. Let me read this first before I respond. Considering that FF8 puts so much focus on the love story, it's a shame that Rinoa kind of doesn't have a lot going for her. She has no real agency in the plot or goals of her own. She forgets about liberating Timber 15 minutes after you meet her, and her sole reason for existence is to remove the stick from Squall's rear end. Okay, everyone calls FF8 a love story, and I don't understand why. Like, I have played FF8 multiple times. I've watched a lot of people play FF8. And I really don't feel like it is a central love story. Like, there is a really like ham-fisted romance between Squall and Rinoa. But I don't know, for some reason for me, it doesn't feel like the main thrust of the plot. Maybe that's just like my weird, unique interpretation, but it just doesn't feel that way to me. But I do agree that Rinoa is such a nothing burger of a character and there's nothing going on there that it's like so not compelling. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually, I'm glad you brought up 14.1.0, Alex Halliday. I wonder if 14.1.0 was actually a worse, I feel like that was a worse financial state for Square Enix than Spirits Within. Because that was when they started being like a random publisher. I remember it was a big deal when Square Enix published the Tomb Raider reboot. Because everyone was just like, oh, they need money. She exists to further his development and doesn't end up with a lot of her own. Yeah, and you can't do that with a main cast character. You can do that with a background character. You were being sincerely, okay. Yeah, Sakaguchi was kind of like already tendering his resignation as he was working on Final Fantasy IX before, like he knew that 9 was gonna be his parting gift. He didn't leave in disgrace because of Spirits Within. He kind of knew he was already heading out. Wow, Street. Did any of y'all get called slurs for liking 10-2 as a kid, or did I just live in Florida? Holy moly. There's a lot to unpack there. Yeah, and much to Lee's point, I think a lot of us were probably called slurs just for liking like nerdy video games like Final Fantasy. But I'm sure it was worse in Florida, but it definitely wasn't exclusive. Sony bought Square after Spirits Within to help to keep them afloat. Yeah, yeah, being physically imposing will definitely slow that down a little bit, Shane. It's nice that you got that going for you. The FF8 logo is what pushes the romance to the forefront. Yeah, it's almost like it goes back to the like 3 insulated writers not talking to each other kind of thing, where it feels like maybe one of them was like, oh, love story would be cool, and then the other 2 like didn't know about it, and then it got like worked in. FF8 is such a mess. It's a fun game to play, but God, it's a mess. The back half of the game revolves around the love story. Everything's driven by that. Yeah, I don't know, maybe I just need to like interface with it again. I just remember it not being like a big takeaway for me, but maybe it's just because I'm not like a super romantic person. Like I'm a very, like, I consider myself a somewhat emotional person, and I like care a lot about people, but romantic stuff, like romantic love is like a very specific thing. I'm not like a mushy, I don't typically like get drawn into like romantic stories. Like I consider myself kind of like a chameleon when it comes to feelings. Like if people are feeling sad, I'm feeling sad. If people are feeling happy, I'm feeling happy. But I don't get any satisfaction of watching a story or like reading a story where like people fall in love. It doesn't do anything for me. I like when, I like when the good guys win. I like when people care about each other. Like, sibling stories or like parent-child stories where, things happen and maybe they're separated and reunited, or they more deeply connect, or, patch things up or whatever. Like all that stuff is like super meaningful to me. And those are all like related to like love, but not romance. You haven't watched Spirits Within since it came out? Eight was your first Final Fantasy, so you do like it, but you're not blind to its flaws. Yeah, that's a good point of view. You're a sap for Romance Street. You like 10-2 and 15, and you find its good outweighs its bad overall. Yes, and Shane is also eagerly anticipating the Gamgee family baseball book. 2003 to 2013 was a bad moment for Square Enix financially. Yeah, just a little decade. We just had a bad decade, guys. We're bouncing back. Don't worry about it. It's just a little bad moment. You shall not pass second base. That's incredible. Okay, I've caught up on chat. We need to taste a soda and get back to the video game. It's summertime. We're wearing pink today, so I went for a pink label. Am I on the roaming mic? I better be, otherwise I've been muted this whole time. Yeah, we're on the roaming mic. We're gonna be tasting a watermelon soda from Sprecher. I've been excited for this one for a while, and today felt like the right moment. It's got this wild goblin-y watermelon monster on there too. I like him a lot. Sprecher comes in big 16-ounce bottles, which is really fun. These are sweetened with honey, and they come to us from Glendale, Wisconsin. Shout out. Natural and artificial flavors in here, as well as some raw honey. Watermelon is a pretty hard flavor to capture naturally. There's no fruit juice in here, so I'm not gonna worry about inverting and rolling to try to incorporate any pulp. This is a very clear soda. It's a brown bottle, so I can't really give you a close-up on the color of it. I'm assuming it's kind of a light pink. Let's give it a smell. Oh yeah. It's got that classic watermelon candy smell. Whew, almost like watermelon bubblegum. Smells great. I love watermelon. I like artificial watermelon stuff. There's actually a brand that makes carbonated watermelon juice. It's like 100% cold pressed watermelon juice, and then it's just carbonated and there's no added sugar. It's so good, but I can't remember the name of it. I randomly found it at a gas station a while back. This tastes actually really similar to that. which I guess is impressive considering this doesn't have any real watermelon juice in it. Oh, that's so good. It's sweet, but it's not too sweet. Like, it's sweet enough to make me want to keep going back in, but unsweet enough to where I could drink the whole thing without getting sick. That's really nice. I don't taste the honey either, which is pretty impressive. Usually when sodas are sweetened with honey, you can kind of taste it a little bit, which goes great with certain flavors. I don't know if I would like how honey goes with watermelon. It doesn't really come through. The watermelon flavor is strong enough to kind of cover it up. Yeah, Sprecker's a super solid brand. They make a lot of really good fruity flavors. Just about any fruit you can think of, they have a flavor for. They have a really good like red apple, kind of autumnal harvesty flavored soda that I super like. They have a pretty solid root beer, which is probably what you'd find most pervasively. If you're looking for Sprecher, you'd probably have to go to a specialty shop or Wisconsin to get most of the flavors. I'm trying to think what else they have that I really like. That's like especially noteworthy. They do have a Dr. Pepper clone called, I think it's called Dr. Better. And it's pretty good. Or wait, no, Virgil's is the one that's called Dr. Better. What is the Sprecher one called? I think maybe it's called Dr. Sprecher. Oh, I'm not a super huge fan of Jones soda. They're kind of a gateway, what I like to call a gateway craft soda brand. But yeah, most of the stuff they make is like a joke and just kind of like tastes like chemicals. There's a lot of like borderline craft soda brands that like are marketed as craft soda, but they're just kind of like trash and they taste like chemicals. Dr. Sprecher, thank you, Gad. I knew you would know as the Dr. Pepper clone aficionado and Wisconsinite. Yeah, that was another problem with Square Enix in the early 2000s was just oversaturation. They were putting out so many games, and they needed to slow down. Dr. Sprecher is the caffeinated one, yeah. Okay, let's see. What are the girlies fighting about here? Alex Halliday, what is the bad decision taken since Final Fantasy XII that can't be overlooked? What are you referring to? I agree with you on the distaste for spin-offs in general. Like, just like make less games and make the games that you make better. You know, quality over quantity. It's a pretty simple idea. But if you're more interested in profit than art, that leads you down the opposite path. So, another thing that leads to my distaste. Yeah, they had the same problem in the 2020s, Eckert. It's absolutely true. They released plenty of misses, but pretty much every dev does that. I mean, I don't necessarily agree, SNES. I mean, you've got people who, like smaller devs that spend like 5 or 6 years on every game and they make sure it's perfect. But maybe for a big company like Square that is constantly releasing games, like sure, yeah, they're gonna eventually have a miss. But clearly there's a difference between something like Square and like, you know, Suda51 or something like that, or Kojima, you know, like they still have like big development teams, but they focus on one game at a time and put their whole chest into it, and then they move on to the next one. Yo, what's up, Sam? How are you? Yeah, obviously it's different for like, you know, an indie dev where they only have the resources to work on one game at a time. But I feel like there are certain developers like Platinum Games or something like that, where they probably have the resources to work on more than one game at a time, but they have the philosophy and the mantra of working on one game at a time. And I think that's really applause-worthy. Like, this is, obviously this is easy for me to say as an outsider and as a consumer, but like, if your game company is so large that you have like multiple internal teams working on multiple different games at the same time, like just split them into different studios. And I guess like they spiritually are. You know, Square Enix has like Creative Business Unit 3 and whatever the other ones are called. And that's how it should be. And like hopefully each one of those like is only working on one thing at a time. But then you have the issue, it's like, okay, well, CBU 3's game is coming out in this launch window, and yours can't come out in the same launch window because we're under the same company umbrella. So you either need to hurry up or delay, you know, and then yeah, you cannibalize, yeah. Yeah, we're doing great, Sam. I'm doing a lot of yapping today. We are gonna get back to the game now, though. He writes his name as Suda51, but it's pronounced as Suda Goichi. I've literally never heard anyone say that. Someone needs to tell every single video game journalist, because every time there's a trailer for one of his games, they say Suda51 or Suda. Yeah, that was the 2023 thing that Eckerd was talking about, SNES, yeah. Okay, we're gonna switch back to the main mic, and we're gonna go back to 10-2. The game that we came here to play, you guys remember? We're here to play a video game. People call the fighting game player Goichi Go1 all the time. That's silly. Okay, we're back on the Mihin High Road. A circlet. And a person. He says, wait, you're walking down the high road? I haven't seen that in a long time, and he seems to be a person who is walking down the high road. Oh shoot, okay, I should flee from this fight because I forgot to check the AP. Okay, this is a very long animation. I'm sure they're skippable in the remaster. Alright, run from the bird. Run away. Scatter! Square has high expectations for bigger titles, which will never be met, causing a successful game to underperform. Yeah, that's just like a larger capitalism problem, Shane. That's not unique to Square or any other company. Yo, glad to help the workday flyby, Danky. Appreciate it. We love a fast workday. I was gonna look at AP. Okay, so we fought another Iron Giant in the last fight, but we switched dress spheres. So Yuna gained 3 for Songstress, but I also switched her to Gunner. And then Riku was a thief, but switched to warrior. Okay, so it looks like the AP only gets applied to whatever dress sphere you end the battle with. But that might not be the case. I said I was going to read the manual before today's stream, and I didn't do it. That might explain it in more clearer detail. I'm just gonna not think about it too hard for now. And just keep doing what I'm doing. Let's see, I go to equip. There we go. Songstress. Yeah, I personally am not hoping for the overall direction of Square Enix to change Alex Halliday, because I don't think it will. I think it's a bad idea to hope for that, because it probably won't happen. But it would certainly need to happen if they were going to get me back as, like, a loyal fan. Yeah, 16 is an interesting case because... Oh, I remember these guys from 10. 16 was a lot of steps in the right direction for me, but still left a lot to be desired. But it made me hopeful for, like, oh, maybe they could make a game that I would like. Alright. So we really need a way to get MP back. Kill this plant. You love a party system? Yeah, and I'm sure there's some, like, annoying discourse people out there that would argue that if it doesn't have a party system, it's not an RPG, you know, kind of thing. Let's see something. Let's see if this goes up to 2. Okay, we got rid of the plant. Yuna's almost dead. We're gonna fix her right up. Ah, okay, perfect. So you can raise your buffs, and it has a number to show like what level the buff is at, which is really great. I super appreciate. Sometimes it's really unclear in a game, like if you use a defense up buff, and then you get like a little defense up icon. But does it mean that if you do it again, it doesn't do anything? Or does it mean that it doubles the effect? And sometimes it does one or the other, but you can't really tell. So it's nice that it's making it in such a way that you can tell. I really like that. A Lulu solo run. That was wild. That would be wild. Oh my god, y'all are getting away from me again here. You don't understand why Square doesn't make lower budget pre-rendered background command menu games? Yeah, well, you kind of answered your own question in your next message, Street. Like, they want to make the AAA trend-chasing games. I think there's a mix of them being, like, out of touch, and then also being overly concerned with, like, what they think people expect from them. They're like, oh, well, we have to have, you know, CBU3 or whatever, like, sub-studio make the, like, old-school games, because the large audience doesn't want those. Have a good coffee, Alex Halliday. Thank you for offering to the discourse. Default 1 and 2 are well-regarded games that were not as high budget. Same for Octopath. Remasters that are new to us, like Live Alive. Yeah, and that's the other thing that we have to consider. To your point, Street, like what SNES was saying, like we have to be reminded that in our like Twitch Final Fantasy fan sphere, like what seems like a really common opinion amongst all of us, and like we all can very easily see like, oh yeah, if they made us a game in like the really old style, it would sell like hotcakes. It's really easy for us to assume that that's true in like our bubble, but when we look at like the larger like gaming bubble, it's definitely different. And like similar to how Square Enix is out of touch with us and our bubble, we are also out of touch with all the other people that they're looking at. All right, we got an ad coming up. I'm going to run a prediction here. This will be the final round between Link and Yoshi. You got 2 minutes if you want to wager some points. Are we all healed up now? No, we have more potions to use. The little guy is unhappy. I'm gonna need to go see him during the break. How long is this high road? You can be an RPG and still be a solo hero. Dragon Quest 1, for example. Yeah, no, I wasn't making that argument. I'm just saying those people probably exist. Your favorite self-imposed challenge is a solo character run. Interesting. Tactics has great music. Yeah, I found it really jarring the first time I played Dragon Quest 1, only having one character, because I didn't know that that was a thing. So like the whole time I was just like wondering, like, when am I going to meet more characters? And then it just never happened. And I was like, oh, interesting. It's almost like Zelda, like a Zelda game as an RPG. We'll do a steal. Alright, we need damage here, so you're gonna swap, you know. They can't please their core audience, and they can't pierce the mainstream gaming sphere. They need to change something. The kids think Final Fantasy is for old people. And yeah, and I said this way back in, like, 2011. I was like, they should just retire the brand. They should just stop calling it Final Fantasy. Like, they should just rip the Band-Aid off. I've felt that way for a long time. Like, just let it go. They're like, it feels like they're trying to, like, continuously revive something that has been dead for a super long time. And it's like, it's never gonna come back to life. But they're just, like, clinging on to it. They're like Mr. Freeze with Nora. Or something.
You got it, I'll feel it.
They're keeping it on life support because they think they're gonna find the cure someday. But meanwhile, they're just committing petty crimes. Alright, I really need a save point because I have no way to restore MP. I have 1 ether in my inventory. I'm gonna have to just start running from battles, I guess. The potions aren't a problem. We have potions coming out of our ears. Is this it? Did we reach the end of the high road? Nope. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and run the ad here. Good luck if you're in the prediction. I'll see you in 3 minutes.
Free for all! This game's winner is Link.
All right. 10-1 is our final score. Link reminds us that it was just a fluke that Yoshi won, and the believers felt accordingly, so all the Link believers are just going to get their points back. Congratulations. We need to switch characters now. For the next 11 ad breaks, you're going to be seeing Ness in the red corner and Captain Falcon in the blue corner. Let's get our scorecards updated and get our scores reset back to 0. All right. Ness, Captain Falcon. All right. And we'll get to see what they're made of in about 20 minutes, actually. Let's go back to the game, though. Welcome back. Yoshi let you down? Oh, no. Can Yoshi do it again? Probably not. Yep. Ended up being the answer. You think the series is fine to keep going? They just need to tighten up the dev cycle so it doesn't take so long? Yeah, I attach Final Fantasy so, like, rigidly to Sakaguchi. It just feels weird to me. Like, it definitely feels like it's just a name and a visual identity at this point for me. And it's like, you know, it's a strong name, it's a strong visual identity, and, like, I guess it's more than just a visual identity. There's, like, core concepts and stuff like that, and, like, different kinds of lore and traditions and things like that. There's a lot that goes into it. But, I don't know. I like... Maybe it's irrational of me, but I like super rigidly attach things to, like, the person who came up with them. But I guess that's, like, super unrealistic in certain regards. Like, it would be ridiculous. It would be ridiculous to be like, oh, I like Batman, but I only like Batman that was created by Bill Finger. You know, nobody even knows who that is. Everybody has, like, a different Batman that they like. So, you know, it's the same thing where people have a different, like, Final Fantasy creator or era or whatever that they like. I get that it's the same thing. But I guess for me it's also kind of not the same thing in other ways. They went with Final Fantasy not only because Fighting Fantasy was taken, but FF1 if FF1 flopped. Oh, so the second half of that is not as true as you might have been told, Onimar. This is another common Final Fantasy narrative, is that the game was like, it had to succeed in order to save Square from bankruptcy, but it wasn't quite that. It wasn't quite that serious. It was just that was just kind of like a poetic narrative that came out of its success. Takes way too long to make the game, so it's easy to end up a bit behind the times. Well, yeah, and that's the problem with, like, being focused on cutting-edge technology all the time, and super high budget, and super large development teams. Because we didn't used to have to wait a super long time for a new Final Fantasy game, because they were only making one at a time. You know, like, Final Fantasy 7 and 8 were only, like, 2 years apart. And then we got 9 a year after that. And, you know, 9 had a different dev team than 8. But they weren't making, like, 15 spin-offs. And they weren't, like, trying to do full voice acting and whatever on the PS1. They were kind of sticking to the guns a little bit. They were still pushing the technology. But yeah, it's just different now. I don't know. There's just so much that goes into making a high-budget game versus then, I guess, is really the answer. I don't think I have anything to add to this Resident Evil conversation. So just know that I see that it's happening. But yeah, they mostly just picked Final Fantasy because they wanted the FF thing, from what I understand. Do you think that they're marketing to a younger audience, though, SNES? Like, yeah, I agree that there's way more competition for people's time just because gaming is so much more popular than it was 20 years ago. So they feel compelled to cater to more people. But do you think that... Maybe you're not talking about Final Fantasy or Square Enix. I was just curious, your thoughts. But yeah, if Square Enix or Final Fantasy are trying to compete with people who play Fortnite, or like if they're trying to get the attention of people who play Fortnite, Roblox, and Minecraft, they are... I don't... They're just as stupid as they think they are. You think the mistake with Final Fantasy 16 was being PS5 exclusive? Nah, I don't think so. I actually feel the opposite, Alex Halliday. I think we need to go back to having more exclusives. Like the waters have gotten so muddied. There's like no console exclusives anymore. I like Batman, but only the Batman and Robin film from the 90s, yeah. So I gotta ask, in your opinion, what is the pinnacle of Final Fantasy, or just my personal favorite Final Fantasy game? My favorite Final Fantasy is 9. It's the first one I played, so most people, the first one that they play is like the most important one to them, their favorite. But after like going back through the entire series after that, in my own circuitous way, I do still feel like it's like the most well-rounded, quintessential, quote-unquote, best Final Fantasy. It's still my number one. And probably always will be. It can definitely duke it out in my brain with 7 sometimes. I do really love Final Fantasy 7, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. Yeah, I agree, SNES. I don't think if FF16 would have been on Xbox at launch that it would have sold a bunch of copies on Xbox. I think people just don't care. You like all the characters surrounding Batman, but not Batman? That's interesting, Shane. We're getting such a good picture of Shane today. I'm learning so much about Shane's preferences and tastes. Yeah, games have become absurdly longer to make than they were in the 90s. Scale's just so much larger. Yeah, dev culture has always been bad. That is another thing that's important to remember. Like, it was still capitalism in the 90s. Games were still rushed and caught up in politics in the 90s. It's no different. Crunch isn't new. Yep. You don't think they're trying to compete with F2P, but the prevalence of those impacts sales. Interesting. You missed the console wars. Interesting. It does feel like there aren't really console wars anymore. Like, Nintendo basically was like... Nintendo basically exited the console war when the Wii came out, and they were just like, we don't care. We're not going to release consoles at the same time as those other people. We're going to do our own thing. The other consoles don't exist. And Nintendo basically hasn't acknowledged Sony or Microsoft since, which I think is the right play for them. But I think there was a period of time when there was healthy competition between Xbox and Sony that was good. And now that doesn't really feel like that's there. Like, it feels like Xbox doesn't really have an identity. They don't really have a lot of console exclusives. And that kind of happened first. And now Sony doesn't either. Sony doesn't really have a lot of, like, really high power exclusive franchises anymore either. You know, they have Naughty Dog. And, like, that's pretty much it. I actually don't even know if Naughty Dog is exclusive anymore. They used to be. And that was part of what... that was part of how Sony left me behind. There used to be, like, a handful of Sony franchises that I was super attached to. And those franchises just, like, disappeared into the ether. And don't exist anymore. Oh, you've never played 9, Danky. Okay. Yeah, check it out, man. What Final Fantasies have you played? Lots of conversations while this Machina just runs around Yuna. Yeah, I mean, you guys have a lot to say today, and I'd like to interface with you, so. Your favorite movies are horrifically violent and upbeat Disney musicals. More Shane lore. That actually tracks with liking this game. Just like the tonal whiplash being your brand. Unreal Engine and Unity sort of ended the console wars. Yeah, no, that's not weird to say at all, SNES. That makes perfect sense. That is a good point too, Sam. Like, there are more things competing for attention than just like, it's not just video games competing for attention. There's so many things that you have to reckon with. Unless you're an old like me. How long is this high road, guys? We are so far away from that first screen where the save point was. We need to find a new one soon. I mean, didn't the Mihen High Road in the original game go like all the way across Spira? So like, what are we doing here? I'm just gonna whack everything or run. I'm just gonna switch everybody to warrior. Screw it. I'm gonna be bonk squad. Yeah, when 80% of titles are made on 2 engines, it's no reason. Naughty Dog now puts things on Steam. Okay, I'd still call that a console exclusive then. And you get a sword, and you get a sword, and you get a sword. You don't feel the need to immediately buy a new game because you have such a daunting backlog. Yeah. Yeah, the people that buy video games that have like all the money, that are like, you know, millennials, they just have so many games and not enough time. And then the people who want to get games right when they come out are like younger people that don't have any money. So that influences the market in a weird way too. Well, yeah, I think we've seen evidence of that with the Switch 2 SNES. Like, console sales are clearly not going anywhere. People still want gaming consoles. It will be interesting to see what happens when physical media dies, though. Thank you, Lee, for reminding us that we scored. I've never seen this, this bird before, so I'm gonna steal from it. Games may sort of stagnate, relatively speaking. I think the games have stagnated spiritually, just not financially yet. What was that, like, Red 13 background?
Don't hold out on me.
Oh, okay, steal missed. Bad timing. So yeah, thieves can attack, but they really don't do any damage. You've played 1, 3, 4, 7, 7 Remake and Rebirth, 8, 15, and 16. Interesting. I'm going full warrior for a little bit here. Which is probably a bad idea, because then I have to change sphere change before I can run away. But YOLO, I guess. 1, 3, 4. It's wild to me that you've played as few Final Fantasy. Well, that's a pretty decent number. I shouldn't say few. But it's wild to me that you've played 1 and 3, because 1 and 3 are like, especially 3, like, people really don't like Final Fantasy 3. For me, I think Final Fantasy 1 is the only Final Fantasy I like less than Final Fantasy 3. And I still like them all. You know, it's like pizza. Even when it's bad, it's still pretty good. Kind of thing. But they're just my least favorites. So it's interesting to me that you've played those. Usually, like, Final Fantasy 3 is one that people have to, like, convince themselves to get around to. Okay, that's what a hover looks like. That thing is wild looking. Looks like the dirigible from that one little animated movie that wasn't Disney but should have been. What was the name of that one? That movie's the reason why I know the word dirigible. Okay, get rid of the wild wolf. Please. Riku, let's change you into a thief. I want to steal from this bird. But yeah, if you've played 4, if you liked 4, Danky, then you definitely need to play, like, other classic Final Fantasies. Because 4 is, like, the blueprint for all the ones that I like. Like, classic medieval fantasy, romanticism, not romance, there's a difference. Big difference. You know, saving the world, colorful cast of characters. That's what I like the most. All that stuff. Final Fantasy IV is like the formula establishing Final Fantasy for me. Like, predetermined kind of character arcs, both mechanically and story-wise for each character. You know, they're based on like a couple of tropes and archetypes for their story. They're kind of given like a spiritual job class that informs the kind of things they can do in battle. I like the job system Final Fantasies just fine, but I like the ones that railroad the characters' jobs more. Great time for indie games right now for RPG fans? Yeah, exactly. That's where it's at right now. Yeah, for sure, Sam. There's so much to play. Like, it's hard to decide what to do next. And it's easy to go for, like, the things that are the least expensive or are shorter or don't require your full attention, you know?
No problem.
Thank you for Scorley. Yeah, I agree, Shane. I wish that it's like getting a blue rupee in Skyward Sword at this point. It's like, yeah, I get it. Can I skip it?
Let's do it.
Oh, interesting, SNES. Bot broke again? Oh no, what did we miss? Oh, we tried to have a Here Comes the Pizza. Alright, let me reset it. Freaking bot. Unreal, man. 3 window sounds coming your way. There's 1. There's 2. And there's 3.
See ya.
Bye.
They keep saying their like little sign-off word like it's gonna die, but then it's not actually dying. Here you go, Brack.
Now watch. I can't circle. I don't have my telestrator today, but here comes a pizza. See it? Oh, jeez.
Legendary.
Highly unnecessary.
It was highly unnecessary. It's true. Get me to a save point. You're neutral on FF3? Yeah, I think I'm somewhere near neutral as well. Like, it's still like overall. Oh yes, we made it. Thank God. What is this? I'm programming these Machina. Why are you doing it behind a shop? Oh my God. Okay. Oh yeah, and everybody has 2 text boxes. Alright, let's do a save here. Because holy crap. Maybe that's why I like all the FFs so much. It's like pizza. Yeah, it's a great analogy for it, I think. Like, there's something for everybody. They're all pretty good. They're consistent enough. Some of them have good crust. Some of them have good sauce. Some of them have good toppings. Alright, what do you got, Rin? You got the same thing everybody else has got. Alright, we have all of those. We can't buy ethers. That's a huge problem. I'm sorry, that's not for sale. Okay. So I guess we can ride a hover to get back where we came from without having to cross it again, which is great. But obviously if you walk out onto the road, you're stuck. Want to ride a hover. Where's it going? Because it looks like there's more road to explore. You know, it looks like we can go further this way. I have no idea where I'm going. Yeah, FF2 is great. FF2 is like the FF4 prototype. And it's great. Yeah, time is all of our biggest enemies. You've got all the games, just not enough time. Gotcha. Yep, I agree, Shane. I agree. Like, FF2 is Zelda 1, and then FF4 is A Link to the Past. What is that over there? That's pretty cool looking. Alright, let me see if she gives me a menu. Ah, here we go. Okay, so south exit and north exit. So where am I now? Am I in the middle? Let me see if it says on the save screen. High Road Agency. Okay, so we might be in the middle. Well, now that we've been given an opportunity to save and heal, I guess I'll just keep hoofing it. And maybe we'll go the rest of the way. Yeah, I'm actually surprised that that got through as well, Street. Me and the girls on a Saturday night at 3 a.m. That's right. That's what we're here for. Holy crap, what is that?
Piece of cake.
I don't know. I'm not so confident. A quadricorn. Okay, let's get rid of this wolf first, and then we'll see about this thing. That thing is horrific. Really, really scary. Okay, let's steal from it. I don't like its nubbins. Yeah, I don't like anything about it, but I especially don't like its nubbins. Heat up the pie, then cool it down rapidly with ice cream. There is no scenario in which I like pineapple on a pizza. Doesn't matter if it's with Canadian bacon or pepperoni or jalapeno or any way you try to dress up. The problem is the cheese. I don't want pineapple with cheese and tomato sauce. Doesn't matter if the pineapple is warm or cold or caramelized or juicy or not juicy. I don't like it. I love pineapple, but I don't like it with anything that's on pizza. Street is getting so toxic. I'm here for it. Alright, after this battle, I need to go get the little guy because it's lunchtime for him. And I'm going to have a snack. And we need to run ads to get back on the hour as well. We steal from this flower that we haven't seen yet. Oh, hey, I learned a thing. Eye drops. Yeah, at least AutoMod grabbed like a somewhat sensible word this time, right? Yeah, and it's not even just like the one thing of the sauceness. It's not like if there was a sauceless pizza, I'd be down with it. It's just like, it's like everything about it. Like, I don't want pineapple with bread. I don't want pineapple with cheese. I don't want pineapple with tomato. Those are like the three things that make a pizza. It just does not belong for me. Hormone replacement therapy. Oh my god. That is ridiculous. Okay. I gotta run an ad to get us back on the hour. I'm gonna go grab the little guy. We're trying to graduate away from out to lunch. So we're not gonna be playing Fortune Street. We're just gonna take the ad break. Should be about enough time for me to get him set up. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer than 3 minutes. And then I'm gonna keep playing, and then I have a kill button for my camera if I need to kill switch to help him out. And then sometime after he's done, I'll have to get him all set for a couple more minutes, but it will impede gameplay much less than when we used to do Fortune Street. So that's what we're working on right now. It's a work in progress. Be back in about 3 minutes.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go!
Keep it fire! Keep it fire!
Falcon kick!
Keep it fire!
Falcon! Falcon kick!
Keep it fire! Yeah!
Falcon kick! Show me your moves!
Yeah! Keep it fire!
No!
Yeah! Yeah! Oh.
No!
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time up. This game's winner is Captain Falcon.
Welcome back, everybody. Captain Falcon takes round 1. How was it? How did Ness look? Was it close? Was it a blowout? I'm actually very interested in this matchup. I feel like this one could be pretty even because Captain Falcon has the power. Ness has less power, but he's got the distance. He's got the projectiles, you know? It sounded close. He taunts more than anyone. Show your moves. I can't not play the John Williams rhythm in my head when this song is playing. Hell yeah, Bragg. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, it's so good. So good. The power that holds. Hey, Elise, how are you? Thank you for Cool Cat. I was just finishing a banana. Let me get the scores fully updated here. 1 on the board for C-Falc. And then in the global standings, let's see here. There we go. So Falcon moving into 2nd place temporarily in the overall standings, actually tying Mario. Very interesting. It's a little bit disparate because it's based on how many matchups they've been in. And some of these characters are way behind. But Mario and Captain Falcon have been in the same number of matchups. So it's actually somewhat even. Once this matchup is over, and all 11 rounds have played, then it will be even between Captain Falcon and Mario. But yeah, Luigi, Mario, Samus, and Captain Falcon are a little bit behind. Well, I guess we have quite a few that have only been in 5. But Luigi is the least appearing character currently. He's only been in 4 matchups. So if you want to use 1,000 channel points to pick a character, Luigi would be a good choice. And if someone snipes you, you can choose his opponent. Okay, we're back to the game. The little guy's working on his bottle. I'll eat the rest of my snack when he's done. And I have to go put him away. So we're pressing on the high road here. This looks a lot different. There's like stuff. This doesn't look like an area that we were able to go to in FF10. So darkness persists, which is really annoying. Hey, we learned something. Let me see if I can skip the Magical Girl. Nope, I can't skip Magical Girl transformation. We just have to watch this every time. So, darkness persists. Yeah, that does sound very Kingdom Hearts, doesn't it? Darkness is such a key Kingdom Hearts keyword, buzzword. Next. Oh yeah, I should look at everyone's warrior abilities since I'm just lazily strong-arming warrior right now. Let's see. Everybody has the same ability set. I guess Sentinel is fine. Armor Break's probably better than Magic Break. And then for Pain, it matters a little bit more since we're actually using her as a warrior. Delay attack. Damage one enemy and delay its action. That's pretty cool. Protect when HP is low. Let's go ahead and get that just because it's going to be quicker to get. And then I think I want to go for Assault after this because I think Assault would be fun to play around with. How many eye drops do I have? Not a ton, but enough to safely use a couple. Why does my analog keep turning off on my controller? That's so weird. I usually prefer to use a D-pad, but not for something like this. What are you doing? Oh, hello, person. Why do you think there's a Machina over there? It's been a very bad boy. Maybe it's on watch or doing something. Wrong. Oh, so close. It was built there? What? So it doesn't get in the way. In the way of what? Hovers? Okay, thank you so much for that random story and world building, random bridge lady. So glad you could be here to tell us why that Machina was standing on a little pillar. That really needed to happen. So important. Nice chain. Look at these sword girlies. We call that a slashy slash in the trash, by the way. So how do I get down to that lower part that I saw? Did I miss a spot where I could jump down? Good lord. Okay. Why does the Fly Eye have a pink name? What does that mean? It's pretty cool how there's a unique transformation out of each roll and into each roll. Maybe it has a pink name because it's new? I don't know. Oh, I can't get to Gunner, dang it. Whatever, just attack it. So it's a palette swap of an Arimon. I'm assuming it's stronger. Whoa, stole 3 Phoenix Downs from it? Okay. Pog. Okay, health is getting low. I wish I could queue up commands during this. darkness. Okay, and then we need a cure. Real bad. Okay, cool. We got the darkness off. That's good.
Recharge.
Okay, let's do that again, but with Akira. And then Yuna, let's go gun mode. Wait, what the heck was that? What just killed me? Okay, well, we're dead. I totally missed what that even was. AoE fire spell. Well. All right then. That was a bad mob, for sure. Rough mob.
Silly, silly, silly.
Just a silly little girl game for girly girls. Oh, my analog control got turned off again. And again, I can't tell if this is the game telling me that I'm not supposed to be here yet, or if this is just the video game. Because this was a 1-star area. Can I open the map? No. But that doesn't necessarily mean that this is like 1-star combat rating. Alright, we just have to hope that we don't see that mob again, I guess. And the sword girlies press on. Okay, I'm not going to talk to that lady again, I don't care. I'm sure it's part of 100%, but I don't care. There's a lot of Final Fantasy games I haven't 100%ed, and this would not be anywhere near the top of the list. Oh, fantastic. Another AoE super strong spell. Alright, get that wolf out of here. And it takes a long time for Cure to go off. Yeah, I must be getting 1 AP for every action. That must be how it works. These things are so strong. It's absurd. Yeah, we're dead again. Brother. Maybe I can run away in time. Yeah, honestly, the smile emoji is much better used tongue-in-cheek than a kappa.
Watch the master.
It's another reason not to use kappa. All right.
Oh, rats.
Rats. Just some dead women scattered on the road. Nothing to see here. All right, we're going to be done with this place for now. We're going to go check out something else. We can come back later. Let's go back to the airship and go to some other one-star area that we haven't been to yet. We were kind of just going down the list. It feels a little weird how, like, directionless this is. Like, even the two areas that we know that we're supposed to go to, the reason why we want to go there is, like, so non-compelling. Oh, so Mihan High Road is a separate area from Luca. Okay, it's a 3-star area. That makes me feel a lot better. So it's actually higher rated than the two areas that we're supposed to go to. Oh, no, this one's 4. But it's higher than this one. Okay, so we walked from Luca into Mihan High Road. 2 different areas. They just happen to be connected. So, Mushroom Rock Road, no. Alright, so let's go to Jose Temple.
After we defeated Sin, people began to distance themselves from the temples. For a long time, Jose Temple was neglected as well. But now...
But now... I did that. That wasn't a glitch.
Everyone's staring.
You're famous, Uni. Better get
It's because y'all got no clothes on.
All I want's some peace and quiet.
Poor thing. She's led such a sheltered life.
Maybe she's getting old.
Oh,
Who's getting old?
she's like 19. What?
That's Gipple, leader of the machine faction.
Gipple, what a name.
He can be kind of annoying.
Good thing it doesn't rhyme with anything.
Okay, let's do some interviews. Bring it!
Yeah, he seems all right.
What? What kind of non sequitur dialogue line was that? I still haven't made up my mind about whether to work or not. Wow. Mood. I suck at waiting. Also mood. All this open exposed electricity is really a concern. Alright, the little guy has just about finished and he's ready to move back to his spot. He's a little cranky today. He's working on his first tooth. Yeah. You tell him. I'm just helping him finish up here. You good? You all set? Alright. He's all done. Let me go move him into his spot and feed the puppies real quick, and I'll be right back. All right, we're back. There we go. A machine? It's just Machina. What is this woman's outfit? She's wearing a bikini and then like pants from the knee down and sleeves from like the bicep down. That's a crazy outfit. The machine faction. Wait, what is happening? Why does it keep showing me that? Oh, we have to register. I see. So people are moving through the line. And it's showing us that the line is getting shorter. Kosher as a pickle. Wait, what world is this? How does kosher exist in Spira? We won't worry about that. Yeah, Spira fashion is nuts. It's really nuts. Oh, hey, a chest. Scored a Phoenix down. They're machines, not Machina. Okay, man. Sure. Now we can register. What's the digging for? You'll be digging for research and building materials in the Beacon Desert. Those materials are used by the machine faction, that's us, to forward our research. You need to go through a hiring process before you can dig, though. Your wages are paid on site. If you find something of value, your wages will go up. You can also keep any items we don't need for research purposes. Alright, let's dig. Gipple will interview you. What even is this video game? Like, I knew it was gonna feel like nothing matters, but damn. I'm sorry, Street. I mean, I'm a huge fan of irreverence. Don't get me wrong.
Huh?
Hello.
You, here for an interview?
Uh-huh.
The Great High Summoner wants an interview?
The voice sounds super familiar. Okay, serve.
Alright, follow me.
Alright, we got some more letters. Just one letter. I love how all these machine guys are just hanging out, struggling. Is that the door out? I'm so disoriented. Machine Faction PR. Oh, it's the old voice of Zack Fair. That's definitely what I recognize from Crisis Core. What is the Machine Faction? We are a group of Albed that focuses on Machina research. Though not all Albed share our enthusiasm for Machina, we get along with them well enough. What is your goal? The Albed always used excavated Machina as is. The Machine Faction uses expertise to remodel Machina and upgrade their performance. We hope to eventually expand into development of entirely new Machina. We have set up excavation at Beacon Desert. Why machines? It's just another word for Machina. I love how they like finally addressed that after an entire video game of not addressing that. Although machines and Machina are essentially the same, we wanted to steer away from the negative connotations long attached to the latter word by Yevon's teachings. Yeah, you mean the word that they made up to make them sound evil? Look at this guy. He's struggling. Who am I talking to? Oh, there's a person in the bed. Okay, I couldn't even tell. This song is out of control, by the way. All right, we need a song for this this temple. Oh, I was thinking like a porno groove. All right, yeah, that sounds good. Oh, Albed. Can't understand. All right, let's go in this other door. Gipple reminds you of Zell. I could see it. Who lets their teenage son get a face tattoo? The same one who lets their child be a child soldier. Ooh. That hover thing kind of looks like an airboat. Oh, that was the door out. The writing was on the wall that Zell wasn't going to make it at an office job. Yeah, the face tattoo was to make sure that he just didn't even try. Whee! Just jump down the stairs. Our research area is ahead, and you are no researcher. Whee! Okay, well, where did Gipple go? I thought I was supposed to interview him. I thought he went this way, but this is out of the temple. Is he out here? I'm so disoriented. Also, the lack of, like, overhead perspective is difficult to reckon with as well. Can I go this way? Oh, I can go this way. Oh, here he is. How was I supposed to know he was over here?
Never been this close to a celebrity before.
That's nice.
I could get used to this.
Why is he standing like that?
Let's not.
Well, if it isn't Sid's girl, how you been?
Hey, I have a name.
Huh, brother doing okay?
Same as ever. Buddy's around too.
Same as ever is right.
Oh, you!
Hey, nice to meet you.
What did he mean by that?
We're here for the interview.
The subtitle said you, but he said look at you.
The interview.
We just want to dig.
Sure you want to dig? 'Cause we're talking about the desert, ladies. Not exactly a picnic.
Fooled you.
All right, you're hired. Welcome.
Huh?
You are hired. Don't know why a superstar like you would want to play in the sand. Well, do what you gotta do.
Does he think we're a pop star too, or does he just mean because we were the
To
summoner?
your heart's content.
Thanks.
Great interview, Gipple. I can see why you're in a position of leadership.
You'll find her in the Beacon Hill Desert. Happy digging.
He likes goth girls? Well, yeah, I mean, everybody likes goth girls. All genders, all orientations like goth girls. So that's an easy peg to make. Sorry, I meant machines. I like how everyone's trying to like self-edit to not say the outdated term anymore. Yeah, if anyone gets Blanket's trust, it should be the girl who saved the world. Exactly. Oh, he just takes off running. It's kind of annoying that everybody has two text boxes. Oh, it's you again. Sorry, I don't know what you're saying. Give me a book or something. The dig is on a faraway island. Okay, is this gonna happen to us again, where we like get moved to a different area and the difficulty goes up and we don't realize it? I love the idea of people having more than one line of dialogue, but like just say everything that you're gonna say when I talk to you, you know? Yeah, I get that people would know her and maybe call her a celebrity, but he used the term superstar, which was kind of weird. The Youth League headquarters. Okay. So all of these areas are kind of like interconnected and don't have to be accessed exclusively through the airship, which is cool. But I just can't really tell what's connected to what. What is this thing called? A death dumber? A death dauber. I get it. Like a dirt dauber. A J-pop girly. Alright. So how do we get to this dig site? Didn't you play FF10 enough times to completely memorize the layout of the game world? No. No, I didn't. Plus, I was disoriented the whole time I was playing that game, too. I remember, like, probably the first 2/3 of Final Fantasy X, I was like, when are we going to get to the map? Until I finally realized the map ain't coming. You know, because some RPGs it takes a while to finally get kicked out to the world map, and it's kind of like a ceremonial moment. But I have no idea where anything in Final Fantasy X is in relation to another. You know the map of 10 better than the map of the city you live in? Yeah, I have no idea where anything is in 10 in relation to another, because I just feel like I'm on a ride the whole time. FF10 is the hallway simulator for me, not FF13. What is... okay. What is going on? Wait, hold on. Let me go back to the screen. So the white thing is the save point. Okay, and then the green thing is a loading zone. Where did Gipple go? Am I supposed to, like, go back to the map and then go to a separate location for Beacon Desert? And I had to come here first to be able to excavate? I don't understand. Okay, yeah. I like how you can talk to the other two girls here to kind of, like, get a little flavor text on whatever you're currently doing. So now, okay, now Beacon Desert is a hotspot. Interesting. And I wish I could look at this map in a little bit more detail. Guado Salam. Alright, sure. In our quest to go down the list of low rank areas, this is where we're headed to next.
Guado Salam, home of the Guado. You remember, right? But
Sure do.
now we're no longer here. Some people think they deserved all that happened for what they did to Spira.
Wait, what happened to
They
them?
have a point. But it seems like such a sad way to look at things.
So now there's just a bunch of regular people living in here? That's kind of wild. Oh, there's a Shigoon back there. And a Hypello. Okay, now that's not a skin suit. That's skin. That woman is naked. Good day. What is it you need? Got any data? What does that mean? Okay. No more lightning on the Thunder Plains. We probably need a new name for them then, huh? The LeBlanc Syndicate. Didn't know that was a thing. You went to make lunch. Did we check out anything other than Mihen and Jose? No, we stopped at the midpoint of Mihen because the encounters were getting tough, and I didn't realize I was in a 3-star area. So we kind of put that together. And then we went to Jose, and we got the license, the letter of introduction. And then another hotspot opened up on the map, and now we're in Guado Salam. They're blue. Tobly Productions. There's so many, like, random, like, proper nouns and stuff happening. And it's all just, like, bouncing off of me. Like Nerf darts of information. Alright, what do you got? Oh, we got some new accessories here. Bunch of, status protect. Dang, these are really expensive. Nothing is worth very much, other than accessories. So money might be a problem in this game. Price is double for you! That was awesome. Blech. There's no getting into this house. Okay. Don't you think there's something odd about that house? What, the fact that I can't go into it? No, that's pretty standard for a house. Naked lady.
The Far Plane, a place that unites the living with their memory of the dead. I've thought about going in so many times, hoping that I might see you there, but I never have. I think I probably never will.
The Far Plane has grown unstable, and only the Guado might know how it might be restored, even though nobody knows what happened to them, apparently. They're all gone. I'm here to guard this doorway because the portal to the afterlife isn't working. It's out of order. You can't go in. Why wouldn't they just close it? What's up, Draconics? How you doing? Oh, when you say craft dinner, do you just mean like the mac and cheese that comes with the goo packet instead of the powder packet?
Guess what? Riku finally overcame her fear of thunder. Know how? She said she camped out here for a week.
Okay, so now we're just in the Thunder Plains. I'm assuming this is going to be another, like, high-level area, and I don't want to be here. Yep, more AoE. Great. Instant mac and cheese?
That's it?
What makes it instant? I think we're describing the same thing. The best one, well boxed. Wait, but how do you cook the pasta, Shane? Is this like a pre-cooked refrigerated thing? Oh, okay. You boil it. Okay, yeah, we're describing the same thing. It's a box of pasta noodles with a goo packet. You boil the noodles, you drain them, and you put the goo packet in. Oh, I see. You typed boil. Got it. Okay, there's Thunder Plains. Yeah, and Thunder Plains is a 3-star. Makalani is 4. So all the towns, I guess, are 1-star because there's no battles. So we're off to another town.
Bevel remains at the heart of Spira, even today. It's also the place where I was born. I suppose that makes it my hometown, but I can't say that I have...
Yes, it does, Yuna. Very good. I'm sure it gets eaten a lot here too, but I don't know if it's like culturally significant in any way. It definitely doesn't get eaten as much as like the low tier powdery Kraft mac and cheese. Like the way that we see the Kraft dinner mac and cheese in America is just like, oh, that's that fancy stuff. Versus like the regular, even though it's not fancy, but like it's fancier. It's perceived as fancier than the basic Kraft macaroni and cheese. My grandpa is way over there. Okay, thanks, child. Oh, macaroni with the hot dogs. Oh, God. That's an unspeakable horror. I hate hot dogs so much. Oh, I've been there, Brack says. Hot dogs are a gift? No, stop. Oh, new Yevon headquarters. Great. Can't wait. Yeah, I could get down with chicken or broccoli added to a box of macaroni. No problem. What was that? So some people only have one text box, apparently. Okay.
Oh, the High Summoner. I see you finally decided to join New Yevon.
No, I'm not joining.
To us much honor, my lady. Lord Braska, may he rest in peace, would be proud.
Would he?
Summon the Praetor immediately. I beg your leave.
Pushy, isn't he?
We should leave.
Yeah.
Hey, what's the matter, Uni?
Well, you see, there was this arrangement, with the son of the chairman of New Yevon. I turned the offer down, but I thought it'd be kind of awkward.
Why doesn't Riku remember that?
Yuna?
You're probably right. Let's go.
Huh? No, wait, hey! Oh.
Oh, ketchup and macaroni? Dear God. That should come with jail time.
A pleasure, Lady Yuna. I am Baralai, Praetor of New Yevon.
So, you're the chairman's son?
Ah, as it happens, the chairman has recently resigned, as did his son, the Praetor. They were trying to take too much power. We had to ask them to leave. Now the younger members run the party, by mutual consensus, of course.
I'm sorry to hear that.
So you see, Lady Yuna, it is not I that was meant to marry the High Summoner.
Oh, my.
Not that we
What?
wouldn't appreciate your support. On the contrary, you'd be most welcome.
That's crazy street. Automod grabbed finger foods.
But I would hope that you could put that aside and join our cause. The world is changing, and there are many who are finding it difficult to keep up. New Yevon wishes to help those who feel lost in the winds of change. If you'll excuse me, there are matters which require my attention. Oh, and should you come across any spheres of Spear's past, please do let us know. My lady?
So, what do you think?
What?
Pain?
I think I've heard enough. What now?
None of that felt important or significant. Air fryers are fun. Thank you for calling it a cult, Shane. I'm glad that we have one, but we don't use it like all the time or anything. We just like, it's like the best thing for certain things. So when we have those certain things, like we're very glad that we have it. There's a lift? Okay, so we can go up there and talk to him again, I guess. Well, let's explore around first. Can't go in there. Is there like a chest or something? No? Okay. Just two little wings. Also, the fact that I can't... Like, the fact that there's only a mini-map is really weird. The party? Why is party capitalized? He gave us a tiara. That's crazy. Well, I guess we're not leaving empty-handed. Wait, how do I get out of here? Oh. Okay. Normalize giving girls you just met tiaras. Yeah, I don't see a lot of women being into that, but I could be wrong. You're in massive tiara-based debt. Well, this was a visit. Certainly a visit of all time. This game is so weird. I don't even know how to describe it. Is this another gondola that goes like 30 feet down the road? I gotta take this guy's gondola now and see where it goes. If it goes back to that little part of the road, I'm gonna crack up. Wait, what is this? What? Where are we? Is this Makalania? I guess this would make more sense if I knew the 10 geography, but I don't. And I'm also, like, even from 10, like, I'm not really used to areas actually connecting to each other. Oh, I see. That thing had moved down to the other end because that's the end I was coming from. That's so silly that it just goes down this road, like, 100 yards. But yeah, the weirdness of this game is, like, so far, that, like, all of these interactions, like, exist, but they don't really seem to, like, cohere into anything as of yet. And they're just, like, I don't know, they're just happening. They're just so, like, empty feeling. It's like, okay, well, we're gonna have the player able to go to Bavel, because that was a place in the first game, and it was significant for these particular reasons. You know, this was like the Yevon place, so we're gonna have, like, some stuff related to New Yevon, because now there's a New Yevon. But, like, none of that felt important or, like, consequential or like it was setting up something. It was just like, well, there needs to be something for the player to do there. Somebody for them to talk to or whatever. I don't know. It's hard to describe. It just feels so random. How do I keep track of where I'm going? Well, from what we understand, so when we go back to this airship here, there's a list of locations. And the ones listed as hotspots are story progress. That's not spelled out super clearly, but that's what's going on there. Alright, we are out of 1-star locations. Which means we need to move on to 2-star, and the only 2-star is a required location. So maybe we'll do our first hotspot here and go to B-Sade. Maybe that'll help my very confused mental state. I need to run another ad, though. So let's do that first, and then we'll go to B-Sade. when we come back. See you in about 3 minutes. I'm not going to open a prediction because that'll take too long. So, BRB.
Free for all. 3, 2, 1, go! This game's winner is Ness.
How did Ness win that? I thought he was getting pummeled. Oh, it's because Captain Falcon knocked himself off 2 times. Ness was messing him up bad. Okay. All right, well, it's 1-1 then after 2 rounds. The PK Kid is on the board. He almost perfected the first stock? Really? Well, maybe we finally have found ourselves a good matchup. So far, looks like there have only been 3 matchups out of 33 that have been as close as possible, which would be ending in a score of 6-5. That's only happened 3 times. most of them have been pretty wide margins. There's a couple of 7 and 4s, and then a lot of 8 and 3s, a ton of 9 and 2s, and then we've even got some 10 and 1s and a few 11 and 0s, a couple shutouts as well. But 5 to 6, the tight heat is not a common score thus far. Pikachu and DK was close. Luigi and Samus was close. Captain Falcon Pikachu was close. That's it. The rest have been pretty definitive. Let's see. One more score sheet to update. There we go. All right. Back to the game. So we're gonna go to B-Sade. And just see what happens when we go to a hotspot. Sphere waves coming from Besaid. Gather information in Besaid Village and find that treasure sphere. I'm interested to see if being happy-go-lucky treasure sphere hunters leads us to some greater purpose in our lives, or if that's it. This is a famous screen that I recognize. Chocobo! And we even ran into a flan. Wait, did the Chocobo run away? We didn't attack it. Or did the Coyote attack it? Maybe something happens if we can, like, save the Chocobo and it's the only enemy left. Like FF7. So where does this go, then? Oh, God. Just a big swath of an area. Okay. 8. Excuse me? Well, here's our first one for the screenshot folder. 8. So true, bestie. 8. Me too. Okay, can't go that way. It's also weird that there's no music here. There was something shiny on that little... Oh, this is a cool shot. What is this? What is that? Okay. Apparently that's nothing. It's quiet. Too quiet. It is quite disorienting how like directionless this game is so far. Like, it's... I want to say that it's admirable that there's basically no railroading whatsoever. But it's just weird. It's really weird. Like, there's a great many things that make this game feel like not like a Final Fantasy. But the lack of railroading is definitely a big part of it. And a lot of these areas are really confusing. The camera doesn't help either. I'm not necessarily insistent on a free camera in video games. Like, I like a dynamic fixed camera. But it can be good and it can be bad. all these, like, random liminal spaces. I guess these just kind of exist as, like, postcard moments for you to, like, revisit things that you remember from the first game. Or maybe there are things that happen here later. But it's just, it's kind of, like, uncanny. Like, yep, here this is, and here that is. You can go walk all the way over here if you want to. You're not going to find anything. But we're sure as heck going to let you do it. That's it. That's the whole thing. Okay. Alright, we saw the beach. Oh, I forgot to talk to that little kid. I want to talk to that little kid. Hey. Oh, no fair. What? Oh, there's another kid. Hello. Bet you can't climb up here. I had to climb up here in order for you to say that. Oh, you're talking to the other kid. Okay, got it. I was like, And again, I can climb up there to talk to that kid, but that's it. Nothing else going on up there. What is that? Oh, nothing. Yeah, this kind of feels like visiting a place before you're supposed to, kind of thing. Like, oh, this area looks really significant, and like there would be a scene here or a character interaction, but because like a certain flag in the game hasn't been set yet, there's just nothing here. But you can still go here. That's what this feels like. No music, no battles, no NPCs. Oh, there are battles. Just a lower encounter rate than the high road.
Leave it to me.
I see. So they attack the chocobo right away. And then it runs away. So I guess if you're like really fast and you can get rid of the coyote, maybe you need like first strike or something. Which we should be pretty close to, right? Aren't we working on that? Oh, first strike is a thief ability. And I guess now that we're in not a scary area, let's switch back to our original builds that we like. So, Riku Thief, Yuna Songstress. Well, maybe I'm going to switch Yuna's default to Gunner, I think. It's more well-rounded. Having her just sit there in Songstress and not do anything is really silly. So we're going to switch these two and have her start with Gunner. And then that way from Gunner she can switch to any of the other ones. There we go. Alright, now we're going to go to the actual town, which is presumably where we're supposed to go. And then we'll probably like get a quest that sends us back this way. And feel really silly for going off the beaten path. But it does seem like this game is setting the precedent of rewarding you for going off the beaten path. Otherwise I wouldn't bother. Still can't go this way though. Very strange. Maybe that's where our mission will be. Alright, let's save again. And here we go. Wonder if stay away from the summoner lady is still here. How's she doing?
This must be how a runaway feels after finally coming home. This is the first time I've returned to Besaid since my journey began.
Ugh, that was weird. Or is there just no one here?
I'm a little nervous.
I bet. The way you took off without a word.
Yeah, you said it.
Oh. It's Waka.
Caused quite a fuss, young lady.
No, I'm sorry.
Well, as long as you're okay, yeah? Your friend?
Oh, this is Pain. We're looking for spheres together.
She doesn't say anything.
I heard the rumors. To tell you the truth, I was.
She's like, hi, I was Lulu. I was your wife in the beta.
Say, though, you do seem pretty different.
Thanks for pointing that out, Waka. I agree.
Oh, you haven't changed a bit, Tubby.
Tubby. He's like the rippedest guy ever.
I'm going to be a father soon. Got to have a little more presence, you know?
How much longer?
Presents.
Any day now.
Waka, a daddy!
To tell
It depends on who you ask.
I sure don't feel like one.
Yeah, calling Waka Tubby is crazy.
In front of his kid.
Why not just do what your parents did?
Don't remember him. Sin saw to that when I was still little.
You don't have any spheres of them?
Nope, not a single. Oh.
What's wrong?
Oh, nothing. Anyway, do me a favor and go say hi to Lou. She's been worried about you.
Why does it sound like John DiMaggio didn't try as hard for this game? Like he scrubbed Waka from his brain, or they didn't pay him enough, or... Yeah, he didn't have as many lines. It was probably just like a one-day thing, and he's probably much busier around that time, because this is like peak Futurama years. So yeah, he's probably just like, whatever. I'm frickin' Bender. Keepa. Thank God we're not going to have to play Blitzball in this game. Whoop. Another weird little liminal space. That's a cute cat emote. Is this a shop? Oh, this is a shop. Any rare finds? 900,000 gil. Jesus Christ. That sounds great, but no thanks. Wonder if that's like a post-game thing. Add water element attack to skills. Half water damage, cast water. Man, these all seem super useful to have, but the fact that we only have 2 accessory slots makes it a little scary. He's wondering if they've made any rare finds. Just ask her, bro. She's like a foot away from you. Okay. What are you doing? Guess you decided to ditch the high summoner look. Yeah, not a lot of summoning to do these days, apparently. Traded in my staff for some guns. Ripped off my dress bottom part. Oh, hey, it's Lulu. She doesn't look pregnant. What a nice thing to say, Riku.
Welcome back. Hi, Lulu.
So, tell us about the baby. It's gonna be born soon, right?
Not yet. Waka's getting a little ahead of himself.
Ah, bummer.
So, care to go for a little walk?
Can you?
I could use the exercise. Come on.
Can you? She's like hovering across the ground. Yo, what's up, Popsicle? Yeah, it's girls' night every night. Well, at least every Thursday and Friday. It's girls' night.
So, what's so important that you'd run off without telling us?
This.
The sphere. Waka told me about it.
I don't understand what the running off without telling them is referring to. Are they talking about something between the last game and this that we like haven't learned about yet, or are they talking about the end of Final Fantasy X?
Found it on Mount Gagazet.
It does look like him, though something seems a little off.
Oh great, are we gonna have a Tidus doppelganger too, for no reason? And when did we get this, by the way? Riku said Kimari found it on Mount Gagazet?
Nothing.
Where did we get that from?
But there's still a lot of places.
We haven't been there or met Kimari.
Must be fun being free.
What is going on?
It is fun. I never expected a journey quite like this.
You could say that again.
I'm not there, so you can spread your wings?
Maybe.
Lulu's what was holding us back in 10?
You have spread your wings. Well, good luck. But Yuna, never
Yeah, exactly,
forget
Shane.
who you are. You're the High Summoner that defeated Sin. There are those who would use that, Yuna.
I'll be all right. I won't let myself be used anymore. Not by anyone.
Ooh. It kicked.
Really?
I want to feel.
It still blows my mind that Waka and Yuna, or Waka and Lulu are a couple. I still haven't processed that in 24 years. Where are we going? I'm just following you. Waka's just standing around out here. There's a bottle on the ground.
As you wished.
No, I don't need to stay the night here. Is this not a different house? I thought she was in the first house. I guess it was that same one. In fiction, that means they're soulmates, yeah. Yeah, that was pretty much it. Like, there wasn't... That was another thing that was weird about it in 10, is like, there wasn't really any reason for them to be an item. Like, it didn't like come up later on or like lead to anything. It was just like a, oh, by the way, these two characters are also connected in this other way. And then like you as the player just kind of like immediately and permanently forget about it. You're kind of like, what? they're what, and then that's it. It's over here. Blech. It's also really, like, if there was no minimap in this game, it would be so hard to tell where you could and couldn't go. I'd take the navigation of Final Fantasy VII's sub-areas over something like this any day. People love to complain about 7 and like how hard it is to tell like where you can go and where you can't. But just press select, bro. The FF10 story stuff is so scattered through multiple media? What do you mean, Mr. Popsicle? What other FF10 media is there besides the video game? It's got spin-off books? It does? A lot of people don't count them as canon. Well, I have a feeling they probably aren't. Are they novels or like... There's a 15-minute short set between 10 and 10-2 to bridge them that used to be Japan only. Can now be viewed in the remaster for 1. Is that the thing that's called Last Mission? Or is that something else? The audio story is called Last Will. Oh, is that what it is? This chest can only be opened with the key engraved with the emblem of Besaid. Oh, so this is what the $900,000 key opens. Okay, let me write this down. 900,000 gil key in Besaid opens chest in temple. Last Mission is a mini sequel to 10-2. Oh, okay. So it's not the same thing. Yeah, I wouldn't get caught up in considering any of that as part of the story of 10, Mr. Popsicle. Like, the story of Final Fantasy X is definitely self-contained. And anything else is, like, retcon. The cave by the ruins? Stop by after you've seen the cave. What is the cave by the ruins? We went to the ruins, but we didn't see a cave. Yo, Moo Man, what's up? Is this the J-pop girl group game? Yes, it is. Ding, ding, ding. Surely my High Lady Summoner knows this. Yeah, I didn't even know those supplemental things existed. Oh, Eternal Calm is the name of the movie. Interesting. Doggy. Oh, goodbye, doggy. Alright, so once again, we've visited an area. We have exchanged some dialogue with some people. But we have not been given a task or an objective. And nothing has really happened. This is the weirdest gameplay loop Like, if there weren't these, like, pretty standard Final Fantasy battles to, like, kind of glue this together, this would just be so strange. Oh, the Chocobo ran away before I accidentally attacked it. I don't think 10-3 was actually going to be a thing, Draconics. I think it was more of like a drunken dare type of thing that was talked about amongst the devs. I've heard a pretty famous story about them kind of like coming up with the premise for 10-3 while they were like wasted or something as a joke. I don't know that it was ever intended to be a real thing, but I could be wrong. I haven't done research on it. But let's just all be thankful that it didn't ever happen, one way or the other. Can I interact with this now? No. Actually, let me go back to the pillar that says 8. Eight. What does that mean? Oh my god, this game is making me question reality. It's like when everyone around you doesn't make any sense, and you feel like you're the only person making sense, but you're stuck in that place for so long that you're like, wait, am I the one who's not making sense? What's happening right now?
Bring it, punk.
Alright, we learned some abilities.
An empty win.
So we can go shop for some abilities a little bit here. Damage one enemy regardless of its defense. That sounds pretty good. Magic damage with a physical attack. Critical damage. Greater damage to enemies with high defense. How is that different than this one? Guard against darkness. Extend trigger happy. Which one of these is the most important? We would probably just switch to Black Mage if we needed to do magic damage, so definitely not that. Probably one of these two. And this one's faster to get, so I guess we'll go for that one first. Okay, Riku. Slow proof is good. I think we go for initiative here. We've been getting clobbered by some pincer attacks here and there. So it'd be good to be protected against that. Okay, and I think we're going to go for Assault now. I think this would be really fun to mess around with. Getting Haste, Shell, and Protect on the entire party at the cost of Berserk seems like a worthy trade. Especially, you know, being that you get to assess what kind of battle it is before you put yourself in that state.
Sorry we had to win.
Some of these banter lines are super weird. And all of Payne's lines are like super mumbly, because that's like her character, I guess. But there's no subtitles, so it's hard to tell what she says sometimes. Sorry, everyone. Oh yeah, there's absolutely no question that these are pop music references. Oh, there's a switch here. But I can't do anything with it? Like, there is no dispute whatsoever. Like, yeah, we were in the pop music era. Like, this game is 100% Spice Girls. Did we not go this way last time? I think we only went this way last time. Yeah, we went this way last time. Okay, so let's go the other way. Maybe that's the cave that we missed. Oh, we haven't seen that yet, Shane. That's hilarious. Wait, what was that? Oh, no, we did go this way. This is just this random screen that goes to nothing. There's more map down there, but we can't get to it. And I'm trying the circle button. For anyone wondering. Developers watched too much MTV. It's easy to forget, you know, like, how inescapable all of that culture stuff was around this time. It was everywhere. Alright, well, I thought something more significant was going to happen by visiting this place, labeled as Hotspot, but nothing happened. So the precedent so far in this game is that nothing really happens. The designs for each dress sphere are so unique for each girl, they're worth seeing at least once with everyone personally. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool how they did that. I love unique outfits and, like, equipment appearances and stuff like that in RPGs. It's one of my favorite things. Even in, like, little pixel art games. Like, that was a big thing in Octopath Traveler. You know, when you equip a new sword or weapon or whatever, you could see it in battle. And even though it's this tiny little part of the sprite, it's still cool. Oh, this is our first Oversoul. So we killed a bunch of coyotes, and so now there's a really strong coyote. That's what the pink was. We got attacked by a pink, what was it called? Something Eye? It was like a beefed up Ahriman. Maybe that's why we game overed to it. Because I didn't realize it wasn't a regular 3-star enemy. It was an Oversoul, and I probably didn't notice. Ooh, high potions. Nice. I'm sorry to hear, Alex Halliday, that your sister was Backstreet Boys and not NSYNC, though. That's too bad. I hate how significant this clearly is, but I can't interact with it. Again, it feels like I'm going somewhere before I'm supposed to. The lack of world-saving stakes is one thing, but also the lack of, like, people telling me what to do is so weird. Maybe we need, like, greens or something that we have to immediately throw at the chocobo. Okay, a save. And we're gonna go back to the airship. Every Backstreet Boy got to sing NSYNC, only let Justin and that other dude sing solos. No, I mean, I'm mostly kidding. They're very different, and they were both great groups for different reasons. Not one, but two treasure spheres. One's somewhere on Besaid Island, the other one is in Xanarkand. Thing is, Xanarkand is issuing warnings of high fiend activity. Might want to steer clear until you toughen up a bit. Well, where else am I supposed to go? So Besaid Island still says hotspot. What am I missing? Oh, I have to sleep at Lulu's house. Okay. Fair enough. An RPG trope. Let's all go sleep on Lulu's cushion bed. In her cushion kitchen. Yeah, I don't mind the non-linearity. Like, you can have, like, non-linearity and lack of direction are not the same thing, right? Like, you can have a non-linear game that still has direction. Like, you know where you're supposed to go and what you're supposed to be doing, but you don't have to do it. But this one is like non-linearity and no direction. Like, there's no goal currently. It's just like, go do things if you like. Okay, we have slept now. Food's on. No one's home. Music is gone. For some reason. There was music on this screen before, no? Hey, Eris, how are you? What is this place? Why is Yasu just standing behind a counter? Just a bunch of blitzball bros hanging out. You just got to your favorite part in 10 last night. You're still a ways away from finishing before you get there. Oh, before you get here. Can't a guy stand in peace? I mean, sure, but like... What's the point of this little area? Was this like a significant house in the first game and... I like how being a sphere hunter means that we're like hunting for VHS tapes. Why is it so like bleak and silent here now? Oh, there's Lulu. Lulu, please give me a task.
Good morning.
Oh, where's Waka?
He left at daybreak. He said something about
Payne's butt, bringing the butt count to like 58.
What he's up to?
Want us to go find out?
Yeah, there might be fiends.
Thanks. Though I doubt he'd have trouble handling a few fiends. Still, I'm a little worried. It's not like Waka to hide things.
It isn't?
Funny. I don't remember.
Isn't it just like Waka to hide things?
I don't know much about it either. Would you mind asking around?
Oh, thank God. A task. Waka sure is acting weird, and now he's gone off to some cave? Gather clues from the villagers and track him down. Maybe you'll find treasure along the way. Find Waka and maybe something else. Uh-oh. Is it a plot? Love to find a plot. Again, where? Where am I? Oh my God, where am I going? Where is this cave? Someone in the village must know more about the cave. Okay, talk to everybody for a 4th time. Got it. He couldn't hide his racism. Check out the ruins. Okay. 4 numeric keys hidden around the island. Okay, that's what the 8 is. The 4 ciphers. Got it. Alright, we're getting somewhere. It's starting to feel like a video game. It's about damn time. Actually, I'm glad you brought this up, Shane. I want to talk about Waka for a second. So many people love to trash on Waka because he's like a bad person or whatever, and so they say he's a bad character. Waka's a really good character. He's probably one of the better characters in the game. He definitely has some of, if not the most development of any of the characters. He definitely has the most outside of Tidus and Yuna. I guess it's probably arguable otherwise. But like, just because someone isn't like a good, perfect person in a story doesn't mean that they're like a bad character or that the person that wrote the character is a bad person. We kind of had this conversation recently, so I don't want to rehash it too much. But I've gotten like a little annoyed lately with people like not allowing imperfect characters to exist. And I don't mean like imperfect like imperfect in the sense that like they have qualities to them that are not desirable in a person that they need to work through or that they have to suffer the consequences of. I think it's really, really silly. Okay, so we can climb on the spidery pillars. Okay, so I guess we're gonna have to find more than one number, and then we're gonna have to put them into that keypad. That's what I'm guessing. Okay, walk a little bit to the left on the beach, and people are starting to say things that are important and matter, and I'm having to get used to that. Okay, and we have to go. Okay, go see guy in temple after cave. Being a bad person isn't a bad character. He has a character path to grow from. It annoys me when people think I don't like them, therefore they are badly written. Yeah, there's definitely a big difference. Yeah, flawed characters feel more human, exactly. Like, people are being really conscientious about, you know, people and things and qualities that are problematic, which is like a good pursuit. But there's like this overcorrection that happens where it's like, oh, this character doesn't like certain types of people and they're racist. And somehow that's like a reflection of like the person that wrote the character. It's like, oh, the person that wrote this character must also be racist. It's like, what? Like, that's not necessarily true. Like, the character has something that they need to work through and like unpack. Like, there's obviously, it's possible to make a character who's a bad person and does bad things, and it's clearly just like gratuitous, you know, like, but I think it would be obvious to the average person or someone who is capable of critical thinking would be able to be like, oh, it kind of just seems like they wanted to make this racist character to excuse their own racism. Like, that definitely exists in other media. I can think of a very glaring example that I'd rather not get into, because I know that everybody here feels the same way about it, but it's kind of like a can of worms to open, so I'm not going to bother with it. But I don't think that's the case for someone like, with someone like Waka. Like, yes, obviously Waka is a flawed person, but his existence is not, like, problematic. He works, it's like a beautiful thing to watch him, like, work through that and, like, unpack that and realize that he was kind of, like, brainwashed and programmed. I think he's a great character. 8. So now this thing on the map is pink. Okay, can we go this way now? Still can't go that way. All right, I'm glad people are mostly agreeing with my sentiment. Yeah, flaws make interesting characters. Not necessarily inherently.
Any trouble?
We're fine. How about you guys?
Just randomly calling us. Oh my god. Huh? The delivery of that line was great. Can we go up here? Maybe here? You can see why they added glowing circles in Final Fantasy 13. They made it sound like I could climb this thing somehow. Maybe I have to find the cave first? Oh! 7. Okay. Got it. 7. Alright, let's go to the beach. Remember when Brother had dignity? I don't even remember Brother in Final Fantasy X. I don't remember much of any of the finer details of 10. It's pretty much only the broad strokes for me at this point. I haven't replayed it. I've only watched other people play it since my initial playthrough. Let's try this. Ooh, nice. Alright, we probably need to power break this guy. Armor break, maybe first. It's so strong. Let's go Songstress here. He was a very limited background character in 10. He played Blitzball. Yeah, I didn't think he was super important. I don't feel bad for not remembering him. I also definitely wouldn't have been thinking about very many characters' dignity in Final Fantasy X. Alright, goodbye.
I could get used to this.
Get used to toppling giant Gundams with swords on the beach. Be a weird thing to get used to. But I guess you've experienced quite a lot of strange things in your life, Yuna, so you can get used to whatever you want, I guess. He had a few good scenes. He makes Blitzball a joke. Lets you cheese it for the rewards. Yeah, I do vaguely recall that he was like the strat for Blitzball. Alright, I gotta run one more ad. This will be our last one of the day. Let me open up a prediction here. Link versus Yoshi. Wait, no, that's not right. We have new characters. Ness and Captain Falcon. 2 minutes to put some points on the line, and then we're going to run the ad. It's nice that we have music on this screen now. It's so eerie without it. Wait, oh. Enter the 4 ciphers. Okay. Oh, and somehow we just know the order that they go in, so 8 is first and 7 is last? Okay. Sure. So are we going to get clues about where the other ones are? You just looked at the time when I said that? When I said what? What? Okay, nothing on this screen. Let's go back to the beach. See if we can find that thing that the kid was talking about. Wait, how did I open GIMP? I accidentally opened up my art program. How did I do that? Oh, there's something pink on the map.
Yuna here. Huh. That was weird.
Why does she answer the phone like this?
It's nothing.
Did you butt dial me? Wait, is that up here? So there's a number up here. Oh, we can go up again. I see. This is the thing I can climb. 6. That's what the little glinty moment is. She's Victorian? Everything is hard? Who's Victorian? What? Don't gaslight me into thinking I'm losing my mind because I'm playing this absurd game. Alright, where would the 4th cipher be? You don't know history? I don't know what you're talking about, Eris. It feels like you're wrong boxing right now and talking in the wrong chat. Like you're responding to something. Oh, the girl who answers the phone like that. I see. Okay. Gotcha. We're on the same page now. I was losing it there for a second. I was like, holy crap, I need a coffee or something. What's happening? Speaking of which, I gotta run this ad. Oh, there's the last pink box. How the heck do I get over there? Wait, that's where I just was. Okay, hold on. We're gonna figure this out in 3 minutes. Everyone go grab a coffee. We've got 1 more hour of stream left.
Free for all. 3, 2, 1, go! This game's winner is Ness.
All right, another one for Ness. Congratulations to the believers. Nice payout coming your way. That's 2 for the young man. Did you guys know that Ness was supposed to be 13 in Earthbound? That kind of blew my mind. Eris is playing Earthbound right now. We were talking about that. And somebody mentioned that Ness was supposed to be 13. And I was like, you're an idiot. There's no way that's right. And I looked it up and it's right. I thought Ness was supposed to be like 9 or 10. He's supposed to be 13. It's kind of wild. God, I love Earthbound so much. He's so short. I mean, Ness doesn't really say anything, right? So you really only have like his appearance to go off of. He's just an avatar. But like Paula and Jeff, like their personalities kind of dictate their age a little bit more. And I guess I could see Jeff being 13, but Paula, I don't know. Like, I always saw Paula as like a surprisingly mature for her age, 8-year-old. But I guess if she's like 13, then it just makes a little more sense. Oh yeah, I think a lot of people that play the game now very easily pick up on the fact that Jeff and maybe I guess we don't know if Jeff is gay, but Tony is definitely gay. Definitely like not just like a gay coded character, but like he is actually gay, and maybe he's like kind of like coming out to Jeff. I don't know. It's that part's a little more open to interpretation, but obviously, in the 90s, that was a lot more breadcrumby of a trail to leave for people. Yeah, it's weird. Like Paula reads as like if you think Paula is like 8 or 9, it's like, oh, she's like a little bit more mature because she's like well raised and she grew up in a school or whatever, and that's kind of like what I projected onto her. And then for Jeff, it's like, oh, well, he's like a goofy nerd boy who's like smart but also kind of like snarky about how smart he is, and he's not like quite as smart as he thinks he is, and like that tracks for a boy who's 8 or whatever. But then you flip them to 13 and it's like, oh, well, now it just makes a little bit more sense for Paula to be that mature. And then now Jeff is like an extra like immature character because he's like trapped in boarding school. I don't know. We weren't meant to read into those characters so deeply, but we're just compelled to because Earthbound is so good. Earthbound just lives in the subtext. Just soak that up. Oh yeah. Sailor Moon loved their roommates meme. Yeah, definitely, Eris. Yeah, definitely. Why was I thinking that I was just about to get up? Oh, I was just gonna show off my Earthbound. My pride and joy. My Earthbound cartridge. This is my cases are aftermarket. This is not anything. But there she is. Come on, camera. There we go. There it is. I think it's the most expensive game that I own. Pretty sure it is. Although the Pokemon stuff is like climbing. That cartridge is also extra special because it's one of my very best friend's childhood cartridges. And he kept it from when he was a kid, and it's in like perfect condition. And then he later, when he got into collecting, got a big box version of Earthbound. So he has like the full complete in box thing, and he keeps that in like a safe. And so his childhood copy was technically like his extra like playable copy. And the lady wanted to buy me a copy of it for my birthday one year because she knew how special it was to me. And he gave her a really good deal on the loose cart. So she bought it from him for my birthday many, many years ago. It was like 10, 11 years ago. I do like having Earthbound. It's nice. Yeah, it's a cute story. It's a cute little story for a cute little game. Okay, let's get back to 10-2. I made myself a secret little coffee. Don't tell anyone. We need to find one more number. You need to beat Earthbound too? Yeah, Earthbound is so good. God, I could gush about Earthbound for days. Days on end. Don't be sorry, Eris. Don't you dare. How dare you apologize? So, it seems like these turn pink after we get them. Mother 4. Don't give us a jump scare like that, Draconics. Oh, Automod grabbed something. What? Automod is grabbing the weirdest things. In his weeb craze, Automod didn't like that. He gave all his English games to his friend. Wow, that is a weeb craze. Not gonna hold back on him on that one. He really did go full weeb. Sure, he made hopefully he made a pretty penny, but you said gave, so maybe he was just being really generous. I did that one time. He gave. Wow, that's generous, I guess. Maybe foolish, but generous. I did that one time though, but the setup was the inspiration was a lot different. This is actually relevant because this is like the same time period. So I had like just like really gotten into Final Fantasy and PlayStation and RPGs, and I didn't really want to play like my other games as much. You know, my Super Nintendo and my N64, I wasn't playing those games as much anymore. And I was like, oh yeah, all I want to play are these like 80-hour text-heavy, sweeping narrative epic RPGs. That's all I want to play. And you know, Mario Kart and all those other Nintendo games were just kind of like sitting on my shelf. And I wasn't like dying to get rid of them or anything. But then one of my neighbors that was like even lower income level than we were got an N64 for like Christmas or their birthday or something like that. And it wasn't even just, and they had to share it with all their siblings. And it was like a really big deal for them to like get a game console, but it had been out for like 3 or 4 years. Like we're talking about like 2004. And they had like 1 game and 2 controllers. And we were getting ready to move. So yeah, this must have been somewhere between 2003 and 2004. And when we moved, obviously my mom was like, okay, we need to get rid of as much of your stuff as possible. We're going to do a garage sale. I don't want to move anything that we don't want to keep. And I didn't want to sell any of my video game stuff. I was too cagey about that. I was like, no, I want to keep it all. And I was like weirdly cagey about my toys too, probably, even though I was like grown out of them. But then after the garage sale and when we were like packing up to move, I decided to give all of my N64 games to that kid. I was like, here, you can just have my like 13 N64 games. and just, you know, you and your siblings can have fun with them. Like, I'm not playing them. So I like, you know, it like made me feel nice. It made me feel like I was doing something nice for somebody. But I regretted it like a year and a half later. I was like, dang, I would really like to play Ocarina of Time again. Or like, dang, that one guy was talking about Mario 64 and I don't have that game anymore. And so then I had to like start rebuying them. And you know, I got them all back eventually, but I don't have like my childhood cartridges of any of those N64 games anymore. And who knows where they ended up, you know? They probably ended up in a pawn shop. Because I'm sure they didn't have that thing for very long. Who knows? Maybe they still have it. Yo, you had the Jungle Green in 64. Very nice. That one is extremely sought after because it has a good video processor. It's one of the latest model produced in 64s. So it's one of the sought after ones for video output. All the fantastic, colorful N64s are sought after for video output, but especially the Jungle Green. It's kind of like a one-chip SNES. You'd put the Great Fairy Mask on Link and pretend you were playing as Zelda? Hell yeah. Yeah, when are they going to make Zelda a girl? You didn't have many N64 games? Just Donkey Kong and the Zelda games. Ended up at a Blockbuster. No, Blockbuster was already pretty much gone by then. Draconics. You're taking credit for Echoes of Wisdom. That's a bold one, Shane. Yeah, we're big time N64 gang here. Chat, do we just guess this last number? Because I have no idea where this thing is, and I don't care. So we're just gonna guess. Alright, so they're giving us 8, 6, 7. Let's try 9, because that's a better Final Fantasy. Nothing happens. Hey! Alright, well, we'll just go down the list. At least it tells us what order they're in, so this makes it pretty manageable. Okay, if it's not 9, then it's probably 4. Second guess, we'll take it. You were close, Eris. Maybe that's not even findable and you just have to guess it. I don't know. How is Waka in here? What? Oh wait, that's right, we were trying to find him. But how does he know the code?
Something wrong?
We came to check on you.
Is there something in this cave?
It's his man cave.
Yeah, something like that. Who knows? Maybe
Waka, what were you about to do in here, dude?
I thought, what if? Maybe it's for real. Then again, maybe it never was.
What?
Been so long, I'm not sure anymore.
So, you're saying there's something that might be here and you want to know for sure, right?
Right. But, you see, I want to know, and then I sort of don't want to know.
Oh, man. Make up your mind. What is this thing anyway?
Well, see, I heard there was this old sphere.
A sphere? Of what?
A sphere of, you know. What does it matter?
Wait, let me get this straight. Waka was locking himself in a private cave to watch a sphere?
Remember?
And he doesn't want to say what kind of sphere it was?
All right, go Wings.
His wife's late-stage pregnancy. I'm putting the dots together here.
The Gull Wings, huh?
He's like, oh, they finally left. I gotta change that code. What are you doing in here, man? What is this song? Sure, why not? Guys, I cannot with this game. Oh, there's a kitty. It's a very scary kitty. A sallet and a curl. What the heck is a sallet? Do you have low health, Riku? What are you doing? You have a status? She has 1 HP. Why does she have 1 HP? What is going on? Have I just lost my ability to, like put information into my brain? Enter the 4 ciphers. Like, the same ones? 8, 4... Wait, what? 6, 7. Was it 7, 6? She's dying. That's what she's doing. Are there 4 new ciphers? Sahagin. This guy is such a Pokemon. With his, like, shield hands. I'm glad you're having a good time, Riku. I love that there's, like, enemies running around in here, too, and Wakka's just sitting on the floor. And then there's, like, funky music. He sits down whenever we enter. Alright, well, I guess we're in our first dungeon here. Maybe we're gonna get 4 new ciphers as we explore, and then have to come back to that door.
This is brother. You alright, Yuna?
How do we have reception in this cave?
Just ignore him.
Why did they make him interested in her? What is the point of that? They are cousins. Cousin relationships aren't as taboo in Japan? Don't tell me that. I don't want to believe that. What do Sahagins have? Potions. I need to check and see if there's a cursor memory option.
Too easy.
I don't remember seeing one. I really like cursor memory in my turn-based RPGs. There we go. Cursor memory. Whoo! We needed that so bad in Tactics. Listening to disco in like a beach cave is so wild.
No problem.
Sorry to wake you, kitty. This guy must have an ability that makes their HP 1. Oh, the cure didn't go off. You don't think that's true in actuality? Well, I trust your knowledge base, Eris. Maybe it's a thing where, like, it's not considered taboo in media? Or something? I don't know. I also doubt that, though. Alright, save points are good. We like save points. Besaid Cave. What is this? Oh, it's a sphere. I love how it's just on this very, like, important looking... Oh, that is horrifying. Jesus. Just a giant T-Rex sneaking up behind us. Flame Dragon. Okay, we need to be a songstress. Holy crap, that hurt. Magic Break. And we're gonna switch to Warrior. Okay, we need defense up. Oh, yeah, it's in media, but it's there because it's taboo. Okay, yeah, that's what I would think. It doesn't seem like that's what they're doing here. Power Break. Battle Cry. Mental Break. Cure Yuna.
You had your chance to run.
Slow. Armor Break.
You had your chance to run.
And Darkness. Hi, Gobi. I'll hang out with you in a little bit. Okay. I get to play my game for a little bit longer. Gobi's been such a good girl. She has an ear infection, so she has to tolerate me, like, cleaning her ears and putting this goop in them twice a day for, like, the next 2 weeks. And she's being so good. And she's also, like, a little bit frisky because she's feeling a lot better. Which is nice to see. Alright, that was a fun fight. I liked being able to, like, cycle through all the buffs and debuffs and then switch to, like, all-out attack. That's so my speed. But yeah, something being legal doesn't make it mutually exclusive from being taboo. Oh nice, we have White Mage now. Well, let's mess around with that. Wait, why is there one? Oh, White Magic! Now we can use White Magic in the menu, even though we've already had it. That's so funny that that's like a flag. What a weird... Like, Riku already had Cure because of an accessory or something. Yeah, exactly, yeah. It's legal in some places in America, too, but that doesn't mean it's not taboo. Okay, let's go to the garment grid here. This is the one that Yuna is using. We definitely want her to have access to White Mage, but she's not going to be the primary White Mage. So I'm okay with putting that 2 steps away from her more primary roles. But we do want it to be on Riku's, so I'm going to have it replace Gunner, because I don't really need her to use Gunner. So this is, I think this is perfect. And I don't have anywhere to put it on Pain's grid, but that's fine because I don't need Pain to have it. We need to take a look at our abilities. We haven't looked at abilities in a while, and also our accessories. We haven't looked at our accessories in even longer. Actually, you know what? It might be better to have Pain have access to White Mage, just so that everybody has White Mage. In case we run into, like, a really scary situation. because we don't need everybody to have access to black magic, most likely. It's kind of nutty. Okay, gunner, thief, warrior. Got it. Eventually you want to play this? Oh, I'll give you my opinion, Eris. Don't worry. You won't be able to stop me. You're going to hear all about it. Everybody is. I'm going to be shouting from the mountaintops. Like, okay, I've finally played it now. You can't say anything to me. I get to have my piece now. You know, I've bit my tongue on a lot of things about this game because I haven't played it. So that's part of the pursuit here. It's like, okay, I can finally say that I've played it. And less people will still tell me to shut up, but less people will tell me to shut up. Also, we just got into a battle in mid-air. That was kind of wild. Oh, I forgot to look at abilities and accessories. It picked the cursor memory from the previous battle. I wasn't expecting that. Usually cursor memory resets every battle. Okay. Let's look at the accessories. Yuna doesn't really need this MP. So let's give her something else. Magic and magic defense. Also not super important. We'll come back to that. I might want to give the Confusion and Berserk thing to Pain. And maybe I'll give... Well, actually, I should give the max HP thing to... Oh, we have 2 of these now. We have 2 Iron Bangles. Because if Yuna's going to be the songstress, HP is good for her. Having an element is great. But 10 magic defense might be better. And Yuna is going to be the go-to black mage. So yeah, let's just give her the circlet instead. I'm going to give Riku more MP because she's the white mage. And then, yeah, I'll give her the guard against Confusion. And then Pain is going to take... I don't know if it's worth giving... It'd be cool to give her the one that guards against Berserk, because then when we use the thing that makes us all go Haste, Shell, Protect, but Berserk, she would still not even be Berserked. So she would only get the benefits, which is kind of a cool passive wombo combo. But we'd have to give up 10 strength and defense, or 20% HP, which doesn't really seem worth it. So, I don't know. I guess it probably would make more sense to keep it on our white mage. Yeah, because that way the 2 physical people can just go Berserk, and then Riku is immune to Berserk, so she can use white magic if she needs to. That seems good, actually. I like that. Okay. Let's get out of here. Wait, what was that? There's a little thingy on the wall. What are those? It's really nice how fast these battles are. That is definitely a point 4. Where is that? I can see it from this angle. Maybe that's just like a weird environmental thing that's not anything. Yo, what's up, Adrian? How you doing? 10-2 is treating us to feelings of questioning reality. Oh, are you getting ISMR? That doesn't really work.
Find anything?
We sure did.
Yeah, how did you not see the dragon? Where was that dragon if it didn't come in the way where you were sitting? How are we watching this? Is a sphere like a VHS and a TV? And a VCR all in one? It makes you want a heavily iced coffee. Yeah, like drink sounds are very powerful ASMR for me. Like the sound of like ice in a drink is one of the most like alluring, appetizing, intoxicating sounds ever. Like the it's like, okay, give me that. Yep, give me that right now. I need that.
This it?
Nah, afraid not.
What was that stinky fart wave? What are you doing, Waka?
So, what sphere were you looking for?
Well, it's a sphere of our parents. Chapu said he found it.
Chapu? Oh, your brother.
Riku's like, oh yeah, the one that's dead that you talked about once.
Gone on to the far plane. Sin got our parents not long after Chapu was born. We were both too young to remember their faces, you know? When we were kids, we got into a fight one time, and Chapu said, I found a sphere with Mom and Dad in it, but I'm not telling you where it is.
And you never asked him?
I was too boneheaded to let my little brother win. So I went on without asking until I just forgot about it.
You ever have a thing like that where it just turns out to be a lie?
Chapu used to play in this cave, so I thought maybe he found the sphere here.
Where like you have like a friend or like a sibling growing up that like tells you something that's just made up to like get something out of you, like a reaction or leverage or something, but you like internalize it and just assume that it's true and you live with it for like years and years and years, and then you find out that it wasn't real.
But things got tough. Those are the parents I imagined. But their real faces might be totally different, yeah? I think about that, and I'm not so sure I really want to know. I was sitting there trying to figure out what to do, and then you guys showed up.
Oh, that's our Waka.
The sphere might still be somewhere on the island. Should we look for it?
Nah, that's all right. I'm through worrying about that stuff. What's past is past, yeah? Can't let it get to me.
Yeah, I was just sitting alone in a dark cave all by myself 10 minutes ago, and I didn't tell my wife where I was going. But I'm over that now. Don't worry about me. I've moved on.
Just how am I supposed to pull it together?
Yeah, Waka does not seem ready to be a father.
You read me? You guys about finished down there? Brother's starting to get on my nerves.
Yeah, we'll be back soon.
Phone. Sorry, I have a phone call. I guess she's like looking at the airship. She's trying to be polite and look at who she's talking to. Does the airship never land? It's just always just hovering above wherever we are? Imagine like every conversation has like helicopters, oppressive helicopter sounds. Yeah, we're looking for a sphere. We were hoping we could find it. There's a cave nearby. What? Some numbers? Like, sorry, that's just our airship. It takes us wherever we need to go. It stays nearby all the time. All right, we did our first story thing, I guess. What are you doing, Riku? Doing calf raises? Alright, let me see if Besaid still says hotspot. It doesn't. Okay, so we did the thing that we needed to do. Finally, we can be sure of something. But look, Besaid moved from 1 star to 2 star. So what does that mean? Does that mean there's like different encounter tables now if we go there? And wasn't Mihen High Road 3 stars before and now it's 2? What is happening? Alright, let's look at these again. Beaconell is 3. Xanarkand is 3. Xanarkand was 4 before, so maybe the... It makes sense that ratings would go down as our level gets higher, but I don't know what to think when they go up.
What the is this? That kid's already spent all the money, man.
You bet. Hardly, dude. I'd say he still has $960,000, $970,000 left, depending on the options. Wait in the car, Donnie.
Wait in the car, Donnie. Danky Funk, thank you so much for the 100 bits, dude. I hope you had a good work shift. Appreciate you hanging out. And yeah, I'm looking forward to catching up with you. And hopefully catching more of your streams. Here, let me give you a shout, actually. Folks, go follow longtime IRL friend Danky Funk. Chill dude would be an understatement. Me and him go way back. What do we want to do next? I kind of want to go back to Besaid and just kind of like figure out what the precedent is for like revisiting an area after a mission. You know, like, is there going to be unique NPC dialogue now? Is there going to be more stuff that I can get to? You know, let's check it out. Let's just check in on these worthless NPCs one more time. Maybe we can talk to Lulu and Waka again. Alright, well, we're getting unique dialogue. So there was a cave after all. It was more of a man-made structure. But yeah. Yeah, take care, my guy. We'll see you around. We'll just do a quick little lap through here. I really hope additional accessory slots becomes a thing. We got another garment grid too. I gotta take a look at that. See what kind of shape it is. He's always like this. Like what? Just sitting around saying random stuff? Oh, he did... Okay, Waka did just say, I guess there probably never was a sphere of my parents after all. So, okay, he's kind of coming to the same realization that I was pushing towards. That just like, your brother probably just made that up to make you mad, man. Probably wasn't a real thing. He just wanted to hold it over you. Because he was your little brother. How's the spear hunting going? Who's gonna tell him? I wish we were spear hunting, honestly. Love spears. Spears are sick. Oh, you thought I missed it? Your tongue is sore from holding it so much? Well, thank you for exercising restraint. This is a very spooky song. Okay, this is the guy who says to come back after we visit the cave, so let's go talk to him. There are more secrets within that cave than just the ciphers which lock its door. There are in fact 4 more ciphers barring the less resourceful from the cave's true bounty. Clues to the ciphers are scattered throughout Besaid. It is said these clues can only be uncovered using a search sphere. I don't suppose you have one. Nope. It is one of the temple's treasures which we keep in a chest in the other room, but unfortunately, Oh, okay. So that's the thing that costs 900,000? So what happens if I lie to you again? He just says you're a liar. Okay. So, the thing in the 900K chest is likely a search sphere needed to uncover 4 more ciphers to get true bounty of Besaid Cave. Alright, so we got ourselves a little side quest there. I don't know if the game is expecting me to just non-ironically raise 900,000 gil, or if that's gonna, you know, change conditions to acquire at some point. Alright, I'm satisfied. It seems like that is what revisiting here makes possible. Back to the airship. Let's figure out where we're going to go next. We are going to go... I kind of want to go back to Mihen High Road and finish exploring it now that it says 2-star. Because I'm not ready to go to Beacon El or Xanarkand yet. Mostly because there's not any time left in stream. But also because we were kind of in the middle of this and we had to leave. Okay, so let's use the hover and go to... Should we go to the north exit? Actually, yeah, let's go to the north exit. I want to see where that goes. So we know that the south exit is Luca. But what's the north exit? I vaguely remember this screen. These guys just standing around. Hey, cutie? You're a child. Up until not too long ago, there were tons of chocobos on the high road for travelers to ride on, but now everyone rides hovers instead. No one needs chocobos anymore. Why not? Plus, there are fiends around which eat chocobos, so you don't see any chocobos around much. Poor chocobos. The Monk can dot the high road, but they're just there patrolling, so you don't have to worry about getting attacked. Okay. Maybe they're 20. Earthbound ages. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so where does this go? I want to know. there anything in my menu that says where I am? This is Mushroom Rock Road. Okay. So, Mihen, High Road, north is Mushroom Rock. South is Luca. Okay. So we don't want to explore here. This is above the star rating that we want to be at right now. So what we can do is we can go back to the travel agency and then try to walk the path from there to here. Pick up chests, pick up money, pick up experience and AP. And I guess that'll be what we pick it up with next time, because we're about out of time here. Oh, are we getting a scene? What? What is happening? She didn't put the hover in park. The hovers glide easily. Just a little push is all it takes for them to move. One mistake and you could get someone killed. Yeah, oopsie. What was the point of that scene? Okay. Alright, we're gonna save. So that I can raid out and return to reality. This game has me thinking I'm losing my mind. Okay. Let's see. On Tuesday, we will be continuing Star Fox. We completed Route 1 last week. We're going to be going after Route 2 and Route 3. If we manage to make it through those, I'll have a look at what 100% might entail for Star Fox 1 and decide if that's something I'm interested in grinding for. If not, we will move right into Star Fox 2. That is the next game after that. And I want to do all possible routes in Star Fox 2 and potentially any other 100% things in that game as well. When we finish Star Fox 2, there will finally be another poll for what Tuesday game comes next. And that covers that. We'll have more Final Fantasy X-2 next Thursday and Friday, continuing until we beat it. I am planning to announce a couple of exciting things in Discord on Monday. Every Monday, I do a Monday update. I give you the schedule for the week, and then any other like pertinent stream and or life updates. And there's going to be a jam-packed Monday update this week. I'm hoping to have an update on how the tactical RPG bracket is going to work. We have a list of a dozen or so tactical RPGs that we need to narrow down to one. The one tactical RPG that wins the bracket will go on to the next RPG poll that happens after Final Fantasy X-2. This game was a follower goal. No one picked this game. Normally, all games are chosen through a poll that typically has 3 options. And every RPG poll going forward is going to have one tactical RPG on it. Because I loved tactics, my itch was scratched, but I want more. So until I get sick of them, I'm going to put one tactical RPG on every RPG poll for the future, so that that's an option people can vote for if they like really granular, mechanical, in the weeds stuff like that. And then the other 2 options will be, you know, dot hack and something else. It might be Suikoden 5 to continue the Suikoden path, or it might be something else. I haven't decided yet. That's a long time from now, though. So tactical RPG bracket update is coming. I have a new support platform that I'm going to be announcing as well. I'll start talking about it on stream after Monday once the cat is out of the bag. It's not like a massive announcement or anything. It's just a new thing I'm launching. A different way that people can support me if they want to. You'll learn about it soon. And the third other thing I'm going to hopefully have an update about on Monday is we're going to be doing a special on-stream event for the Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy cards. I have a booster box of those that we're going to open. We're going to do a dedicated stream event that's just for that. It's not going to be like during a Kirby Star Fox stream or a Final Fantasy X stream. It's going to be a separate thing all by itself. I don't know when it's going to happen yet,
Your worship.
but I have a pretty good idea about how it's going to work. Brack, thanks so much for the 200. Appreciate you, man. Are you putting us at 500 again right at the end here? Let me check. Where are we at? This counter's off. None of the counters are right. No spin needed if so. All right, well that takes care of that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I have a booster box. Here, I'll show you. They got me. I got a box of them Final Fantasy cards. We're going to open them. It's going to take a while. It's going to be fun. We'll put some music on. I'm going to get the cameras set up all nice. I'll have a special table. We're going to look at all the fun arts together. I'm excited about it. I'm going to tell you the details about how that's going to work and when that's going to happen on Monday, in the Monday update. I think that's all I have for now. That thing is heavy. A lot of cardboard in there. Hopefully a lot of shiny cardboard. Okay, let's find someone to raid. It is time to head out. Oh my god, phone, please stop exploding. I love that I can flip to shush. It's a great feature. So if I turn my phone face down, it basically goes into do not disturb without me having to actually like go into my phone and do anything. But then when I flip it back up, it's like, here's all 9 billion notifications that happened while you were on flip to shush. Okay. Where are we headed? Yeah, we got some of them magic cards, Draconics. We're going to open them on stream. It's going to be fun. Let's see. Where are we going today? Well, let's go say hi to Jackie. I didn't get to hang out in any of Jackie's streams last weekend because I was out of town for an event, and I needed to be very present and in the moment. So I did not watch any streams last weekend. So I want to go say hi to Jackie and all my friends over there. Thank y'all for hanging out today. Let's do the thing that we do when the stream is over, where we go here and then here. Appreciate y'all hanging out with me today. Today was fun. We didn't chat as much at the beginning of the stream as we did yesterday, but we did chat a lot today. So thank you for humoring me. Thank you for contributing to the conversation. There was a lot of fun FF discourse and media discourse, 2000s discourse. We got into some interesting topics today, and I had a good time with it. I'm going to try to be more awake next week. I felt very not awake these last 2 days. And I think part of it is just this game making me feel like I'm losing my mind versus Tactics where I was locked in. Like, I knew exactly how to speak the language of the game. This game, I'm like, I don't know, man. It's like I'm visiting a different country as a newbie. Anyways, let's go say hi to Jackie. She's playing Resident Evil 2. Y'all be good. See you in the next thing.